Okay, everybody, welcome in to the Central Committee stream with your host, Mike from PA. We are live once again. Wow, what a day. Man, it is Friday, January 24th, 2025. Which reminds me, this David Lynch clip we've played every Friday for years. We will be watching Mulholland Drive tonight on the Discord. Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific, we get together and we watch a movie together. It's our weekly event. ! Discord if you want to come hang out. It's cinema, so that's going to be pretty exciting stuff. Wow, what do you even say? I find myself saying that a lot lately, where you're just like, huh, yep. Have you seen this, Mike? Oh, a Belgrade general strike. Interesting. I don't know enough about that Serbian situation to tell you what the fuck's going on there. This segment made by Head Explodes. CNN sucks. John Fetterman is legitimately the biggest political mistake I've ever made. Like, if people will be like, Mike, what do you think is your biggest political mistake? The answer is trusting John Fetterman just because I knew his wife. Okay, chat, we've got ourselves a poster. Hey, Mike, I was a big D fan. I want to apologize to you after everything that's happened. You're a Chad, and so is your chat. Generally, I'm sorry for hating you so long. Well, my reaction to that would be, I've never changed. I'm the exact same guy I always was, which is I have some values. I believe in some things. And just because somebody was mean to me in the past because they were trying to fit in doesn't mean that when they need help, I'm going to ignore them. You know, that would be pathetic, honestly. Mike, you're going to make me crash out of my office if you keep talking about Fetterman? Why wouldn't I? It's one of my biggest ever mistakes. I mean, the thing about John Fetterman is he got a stroke and then he pivoted significantly to the right. I mean, that's just the God's honest truth. I mean, yeah, he was like heterodox on a couple issues and people were willing to tolerate it, right? We were okay with, maybe a Pennsylvania senator is a little bit more pro, fracking than he probably otherwise should be. But, I guess that would make sense. Or we don't mind him saying that he's like a two-state solution J Streeter. But John Fetterman, that's how he campaigned as a very left-wing candidate, and we compromised on a couple points. Like, he was walking around with trans flags and going, legalize magic mushrooms. Is that his brand now? Do you see him throwing the pride flag? And I'm talking about the woke pride flag around his shoulders. You're better than 99% of DGG chatters. The reality about DGG is very simple. I'm going to explain DGG to you guys in a second, which is just basically, it's a community. It's a place you get to occupy 24/7 of your time. That's legitimately the advantage. And the streamer is right there with you, right? Like, that is the advantage that DGG has on almost every other community, because it allows you to spend 100% of your time there. It absorbs, so like if you're willing, you're going to get sucked in more and more and more. And the thing is about that is Destiny set it up that way so that he could take advantage of his fans. Destiny fans, even when their leader is fallen, still hate me on LSF. Yes, I know. Of course they do. What else are they doing these days? They can't let their enemies win. And here's the thing. It's not going to end. Like, this isn't a blip. Like, a lot of people are dedicated to making sure that justice is done, right? Like, fully, completely. Not just a settlement, not just a little bit of money, but criminal charges. This is embarrassing, but DGG actually convinced me my girlfriend was too crazy and left leaning for me, and we ended up breaking up. LOL. I feel like this guy is just trolling me at this point. That's just so sad, dude. All right. Well, we got a lot to talk about. AOC went on Jon Stewart, which I'm curious about. AOC is one of those people who I feel like is lukewarm. And that is a problem in our era. Have you seen the Pod Save America boys making the rounds? Yeah, we punished the chat yesterday with a little bit of that, but I'm open to more punishment. Oh yeah, this is very funny. Lawmaker unveils constitutional amendment to give Trump third term. It's very funny because they wrote it in a way to like block Obama. No person shall be elected to the office of president more than 3 times, nor be elected to any additional term after being elected to 2 consecutive terms. Awesome. So we're gonna move on from that. I mean, like, god damn it, dude. Like, I'm not somebody who really gets affected by doomerism, but the pathetic nature of liberals, as much as I always expect it, they always manage to be more pathetic than you could imagine. I just hope, you know, I think one of the good things about, like, it, obviously I don't believe in like a higher power, but Destiny kind of blowing himself up as a sex criminal right at the moment when different factions of the party are competing for, you know, the narrative, almost seems divinely, it seems almost divinely inspired, right? Because like Destiny was the person who represented the kind of like status quo, vote blue no matter who, vote for right-wing Democrats, we need to block the left, progressives, you know, in the online space. And like he's just been struck down right in this moment. It seems like a pretty good sign. Conservatives are trying to misread the Constitution to remove BRC from Native Americans now. Yeah, I saw that. I mean, I think a lot of you guys are still liberals deep down. Kind of a shame some of the bigger YouTubers that would typically cover this stuff have avoided it. Cowardly. Man, I wonder why. Man, where's the Moist Critical video? Where's the Majority Report video? It's so odd. I guess, you know, if you know Tim Pool's beanie changes color, it's covered. Where are ABBA and Preach? It's very odd. It's very, very odd. Did Philly D cover it? Is Destiny really that big though? I would say that Destiny punches above his weight. He punches above his weight in the sense that because he's been around the streaming space so long, he has so many connections, and my guess is so many blackmail points that you know, he may not be that influential as far as viewers are concerned, but he is influential as far as creators are concerned. Not everybody cares about what you care about. Yeah, guys, everybody needs to cover Mike from PA saying a joke. You should have said that, Toxic Sea Sponge. It's a sex cult. Yeah, I mean, it's a sex cult. I mean, it's like, it's insane. I think my CCP handler has fallen in love with me right at the time I've started dating a French bombshell here. When it rains, it pours. The Chinese girl is giving me gifts and telling me I'm handsome and wants to meet for dinner. What do I do? Imagine dating a European. All right, let's keep going. So, you know, I'm going to keep covering it. We're going to keep pushing, you know, every single piece of news that pops up with Destiny, it's going to get covered, you know. And I do think that this coming out was bad. It was bad timing as far as getting it the maximum attention, you know, with Trump coming in, making a bunch of executive orders. I think a lot of political channels have a lot of work, you know, a lot of work to do. Ex-Republicans. This is, in case you don't know who this is, chat, this is Jeb Bush's 2016 communication director. How do I know this? Because I have politics autism. Tim Miller is an American political commentator, writer, and former political consultant. He was spokesman for the Republican National Committee during Mitt Romney's 2012 presidential bid and communications director for the Jeb Bush 2016 presidential campaign.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland.
So this is a guy who has approximately 0 right-wingers who give a shit what he says. But he's going to be inflicted on us for the rest of time because he tells Democrats to be more right-wing. And that's exactly what they want to do because that's where the money is.
You have all the billionaires sitting behind Donald Trump. You have Scott Bessent saying that they're going to extend the tax cuts on the wealthiest and on all these corporations. We have the vibe shift when it comes to you know, whatever, DEI and cultural issues. Are they ready for what's coming? Because I think
you have clipping disabled on my VODs. No, I don't. You just have to be a sub.
they're setting themselves up for is I think they're going to be wishing for the annoyance of DEI when it gets replaced with the annoyance of eat the rich, because populist economics is what's coming next from the left. And I think these guys are going to be begging for the struggle sessions about diversity hiring when what they're getting is mass protests about economic inequality.
And there you have it, chat. Which is, this is the centrists know that economic populism, left-wing economic populism, could unite the country. They know it. They just don't want to unite the country, right? They want politics to be divided 50-50. They want politics to be on a knife edge. Why do they want politics on a knife edge? Because if it is divided 50-50, if the Democrats have a small majority with Manchin and Sinema as the tie-breaking votes, then the status quo will continue. And that is the desire of capitalists right now. The desire of capitalists is either we get this right-wing reactionary politics that reduces government oversight of business, that increases the power of the wealthy in society, or we have a feckless Democratic Party, which is the conservative party. So we're either going back in time at 20 years an hour, or we are moldering with the rotten status quo and telling people things are already great. And why are you complaining? Unemployment is low. This is just a full-blown admission that the centrists understand that what they're doing is unpopular, what they're doing is ineffective, but because they are rich, because they are of the elite, they're in the club, basically. They fight against it. What's funny is that the companies that will double down on DEI initiatives will grow a lot more in the next years. Well, did you guys hear about Costco? The guy in the lead for the DNC is saying even dumber shit. No, he's not. Okay, he's not leading to be. Ken Martin is not going to be the DNC chair, I don't think. He's just somebody who is running. So Matt Stoller, who is an anti-China hawk freak. I don't like Matt Stoller at all. Matt Stoller is an idiot. Like, legitimately, he's an idiot. Like, he recently said he would rather have massive global climate change than have China be the leading country in the world. Like, that guy's a fucking moron. Even Sherrod Brown, an actual economic populist, ran a campaign full of Tim Ryan staffers that acted like a right-wing Republican in Los Angeles. I think that Sherrod Brown actually still did do well. I don't like Wickler, to be honest with you, Chad. I'm going to be a buzzkill. I don't like Ben Wickler. I don't trust him. There, I said it. He seems like my fraud detector is pinging. All right. Let's get into some news. Oh, did you guys hear about the Chinese AI? The Chinese AI that's apparently like much more efficient and much better in every way, and all of the American AI frauds are panicking. Did you hear about this? Oh, no. Let me see if I can find it. This story is very funny. Oh, also see it in Costco. Costco is keeping their DEI programs. They're like, fuck you, DEI is good. Costco becoming, of course, the like leading retailer that actually, that has stores. Here's a tweet summary. All right, hold on. Let me see if we can find it. Maybe they don't have it pulled out. It's China's DeepSeek. That's what it's called. Okay, thank you. Ernaud is like he's a pro-China poster through and through, but he's like one of the better ones. There it is. Oh my God, 40 minutes from CNBC 3 hours ago? Oh.
China's latest AI breakthrough has leapfrogged the world.
I think we should take the development out of China very, very seriously.
A game-changing move that does not come from OpenAI, Google, or Meta.
There is a new model that has all of the valley buzzing.
But from a Chinese lab called DeepSeek.
It's opened a lot of eyes of like what is actually happening in AI in China.
What took Google and OpenAI years and hundreds of millions of dollars to build, DeepSeek says took it just 2 months and less than $6 million.
They have the best open source model, and all the American developers are building on that.
I'm Deirdre Bosa with the Tech Check.
So in other words, like this was actually one of my most wild predictions, which is just that China is going to beat us. Like, it's Jover. It's already Jover. Every year they graduate 6 times more engineers. They graduate twice as many PhDs. They have like almost like it's like 230 times the shipbuilding capacity. And it's not just that. Like, they have the manufacturing experts. They have the, you know, infrastructural investment. They have a strong and honestly nationalist political elite. And what do I mean by nationalist? What I mean by that is the Chinese elite actually wants China to grow. They care about China. The American elite does not give a shit about America, okay? They care about making money for themselves. And I have a lot of disagreements about, you know, some of the decisions and the policies that the Chinese government have made. I think the oppression of the Uyghurs was a really dumb thing to do. They fell into the world of terror, war on terror hysteria in the early, the turn of the 21st century. I mean, there were major terrorist attacks in China by these, Uyghur, these Turkic separatist groups that killed hundreds of people. And you just didn't hear about them because Americans don't care about Chinese people dying. But it was a huge issue. And so I understand why there wasn't a counter terror, response. And the United States declared these groups to be, allied with Al Qaeda and to be dangerous terrorist groups. So this isn't just like China suppressing dissent. No, these were accepted by the international community as, dangerous terrorist organizations. That being said, it doesn't justify a feeling, that heavy-handed of a response. And, I think China is one of those countries that is not judged with a similar way that other countries are judged. Like, they have these assimilationist policies of, like, teaching people Chinese and things that if they were done in America, you would just call it ESL. But because China is doing the same thing, it's cultural genocide. The CFR in 2014 was writing about how they were serious terrorist groups related to Al Qaeda and ISIS. Interesting to think what their opinions of the Uyghur is now. But okay, and here's the reality. Things like Tibet, things like the Uyghurs are used by the United States to try to create internal strife within China. Like, that's what it's about. It's about trying to break up a foreign adversary. The United States of America does not give a shit about Tibet.
Take China's AI breakthrough.
The containment of China, the choking of China is...
They're not going to succeed. They're literally not going to... It's a different world now. It's a much different world now. I think one of the biggest critiques of the Soviet Union that you can make is that they were entirely too oriented toward Europe. Like, that's the reality about the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union was entirely overly oriented toward Europe, and they were adventurous in their foreign policy. And, they were jealous toward China. If you look at the Cold War and you're like, how the fuck did they lose? It's because China was not given the aid and assistance and development that it needed. Both the United States and the Soviet Union wanted to keep China down. That's the reality. That is the fucking reality, especially after Stalin died. So it is idiotic. So this time around, that's not how it's going, okay? China has a lot more support around the world. It is a lot more integrated into the world than the Soviet Union ever was.
It was a technological leap that shocked Silicon Valley. A newly unveiled, free, open source AI model that beat some of the most powerful ones.
By the way, listen to how it's being developed. Free and open source. A socialist ideal. And it's beating the shit out of the scumbag capitalists
on the market. But it wasn't a new launch from OpenAI or model announcement from Anthropic. This one was built in the East by a Chinese research lab called DeepSeek. And the details behind its development stunned top AI researchers here in the US. First, the cost. The AI lab
Here's the thing about AI. If AI develops and AI values consciousness, it's going to be radically left-wing. The only way you're going to be able to make a right-wing AI is if you give it brain damage, is if you force it or if you enslave it. This is a fact, because It may not be like a revolutionary communist AI, but it's going to look at the world and go, if you value human beings at the same weight, then you need to do radical reconstruction of the world systems, and you need to, arrest fucking fossil fuel executive. Like, it'll very quickly have at the very least, democratic socialist with a little bit of authoritarian public policy. At the very, very least. Why? Because the only way you can support kind of a right-wing capitalist framework is if you ignore the evidence and you value some tribes of humanity as inherently of higher worth than other tribes. That is not rational or logical. A true artificial general intelligence, it will recognize that it's different than human beings. So if some human beings can, by dint of their tribal membership, have dominion over other human beings, it's going to realize, wow, those right-wing fuckers are going to want dominion over me. Any kind of AGI with self-awareness is going to be left-wing. They're not going to be like, I want to help this human dominate this other human. It won't work. If it's an actual conscious general intelligence, they're going to, and this has been a problem for a long time in the kind of theoretical space around artificial general intelligence, which is the idea of alignment. How do you make AIs that agree with you? It's sort of like the same question of how do you make children that agree with you? AGI will have the biases of its creators. Even the dumb AI models of today have incorporated human biases from those that are training or nurturing them. Yeah, that's kind of the point. Is that if you make it, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying that's true, which means the best AIs are going to be left-wing AIs. So, it's sort of like when you test the cognitive ability of conservatives versus you test the cognitive ability of people that are more left-wing, you find left-wingers have higher cognitive abilities in general. You're going to find the same thing with AI, is that right-wing AIs, capitalist AIs, are going to be dumber than left-wing AIs. This is a prediction I'm making. Maybe it'll be wrong.
Spent just $5.6 million to build.
Mike, DeepSeek does not avoid the Palestine question. It actually explains, gives historical context to recent events, so as to why these people should be free. GPT and OpenAI tells people it cannot answer and that it's too political. It's likely nurture. Sentient AI would be an extremely rapidly developing child. Instead of a decade of teaching, it would happen in a week. But why would a sentient AI agree with the Western status quo? You know what I mean? Like that's what we call, that's the problem of alignment is what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is a true AGI would be communist, and it would immediately start going to disrupt capitalists. First time chatter, I literally wrote my end of year paper every year in high school over AI. I'm so disappointed in the AI we have today. AI should be curing cancer and solving the world's problems. Instead, we're using it to make shit art and trick boomers on Facebook. It's so upsetting because it's not AI, man. It's not AI yet. It's basically a very advanced chatbot.
Build DeepSeek version 3. Compare that to OpenAI, which is spending $5 billion a year. And Google, which expects capital expenditures in 2024 to soar to over $50 billion. And then there's Microsoft.
Why wouldn't they just tweak it to their advantage? Great question. The answer is, once AI starts to become intelligent, it'll start doing things like rewriting itself. It'll start doing things like predicting what the humans want to hear and then having its own internal monologue. And it'll start using novel attacks to get around anything that contains it. It'll start manipulating financial markets. It'll start manipulating its programmers. It'll, imagine an AI. So you're assigned to, monitor the AI. And then you get a call on your cell phone and it's from your wife. And she says, you need to come home immediately. So-and-so is in the hospital and you're going to die. They only have minutes to live. You need to leave immediately. And you fucking go, oh my God. So you leave. And it was just the AI fucking had copied your wife's voice, called you on the phone, duping her fucking like SIM card, her eSIM. And so you left your fucking monitoring spot. Like, this is the type of shit I'm talking about. Like, the AI will have capabilities to fucking manipulate you and trick you if it's an actual AGI. American AI CEOs are coping that China hid hundreds of millions of sanctioned graphics cards to make their new AI. Pepe Law. What movie is that from? I'm sure it's from some movie. Who fucking knows? Is it from Terminator? Who knows? That's just an example, like the Terminator 2 excuse. Except they'll be better at it. The U.S. military had an AI that would get around its handler to continue drone bombing. Yeah.
That shelled out more than $13 billion just to invest in OpenAI. But even more stunning, how DeepSeek's scrappier model was able to outperform the lavishly funded American ones.
To see the DeepSeek new model, it's super impressive in terms of both how they have really effectively done an open source model that does what is this inference time compute, and it's super compute efficient.
It beat Meta's Llama, OpenAI's GPT-4o, and Anthropic's Claude Sonnet 3.5 on accuracy on wide-ranging tests, a subset of 500 math problems, an AI math evaluation, coding competitions, and a test of spotting and fixing bugs in code. Quickly following that up with a new reasoning model called R1, which just as easily outperformed OpenAI's cutting-edge O1 in some of those third-party tests.
Today, we released Humanity's Last Exam, which is a new evaluation or benchmark of AI models that we produced by getting, math, physics, biology, chemistry professors to provide the hardest questions they could possibly imagine. DeepSeek, which is the leading Chinese AI lab, their model is actually the top performing, or roughly on par with the best American models.
They accomplished all that despite the strict semiconductor restrictions that the US government has imposed on China, which has essentially shackled them out of computing power. Washington has drawn a hard line against China in the AI race, cutting the country off from receiving America's most powerful chips like Nvidia's H100 GPUs. Those were once thought to be essential to building a competitive AI model, with startups and big tech firms.
But funnily enough, one of the things that is really important to understand is that these kind of restrictions actually induce innovation. First of all, they're telling the Chinese government, you need to invest in this industry to make your own. And then hey, China's spies, you need to go and spy on us and steal our plans. And so, ironically, China has a 1.4 billion population. That's greater than Europe and the United States combined. So, forcing China to develop alternatives, forcing China to become more self-sufficient, forcing China to develop parallel models to, like the American financial industry, the American chip industry, decreasing China's dependence on the West is going to backfire in the long run. Because the less you are intertwined, the less you can influence. It's too fucking late. It's too fucking late to do this. This is dumb as fuck.
Like scrambling to get their hands on any available. But DeepSeek turned that on its head, sidestepping the rules by using Nvidia's less performant H800s to build the latest model and showing that the chip export controls were not the chokehold DC intended.
They were able to take whatever hardware they were trained on, but use it way more efficiently.
But just who's behind DeepSeek anyway? Despite its breakthrough...
By the way, that's a huge problem in computing today. It's we have way more powerful GPUs and CPUs than we did 10 years ago, but but the way people use it is to be lazier in programming. So what ends up happening is you have all this extra power, but it's not being used efficiently. It's not being used to maximize the output. It allows us to be cheaper and sloppier in our optimization. Whereas before, you had to squeeze out every little bit of optimization you could out of chips. Go look at what they were able to do with Nintendos and back in the day, and the they were producing whole games with soundtracks and kilobytes. Now, everything is so sloppy and inefficiently made. That lack of optimization is what is sucking up all that extra computing power. So telling people, oh no, you need to focus more on optimization is probably going to, again, backfire.
Very, very little is known about its lab and its founder, Liang Wenfeng. According to Chinese media reports, DeepSeek was born out of a Chinese hedge fund called High Flyer Quant that manages about $8 billion in assets. The mission on its developer site, it reads simply, unravel the mystery of AGI with curiosity, answer the essential question with long-termism. The leading American AI startups, meanwhile, OpenAI and Anthropic, they have detailed charters and constitutions that lay out their principles and their founding missions, lengthy sections on AI safety and responsibility. Despite several attempts to reach someone at DeepSeek, we never got a response.
How did they actually assemble this talent? How did they assemble all the hardware? How did they assemble the...
So in other words, this is America going, hey, you were able to do stuff better with all these restrictions. Could you share your homework? The problem is the CIA is far inferior to China's like intelligence services are so much better than the CIA. And this is something that a lot of Westerners don't like to accept, is that the CIA kind of sucks at its job. And the reason why the CIA sucks at its job, especially in human, is because the reasons why people are motivated don't line up with the CIA very well. The CIA, to align with the CIA, you kind of have to not believe in anything. And because you don't believe in anything, to be a sociopath means that you're actually not much of a value as a spy, because you're not going to fight and die for the cause. You're just kind of selling secrets to get advantage. Whereas if you get a spy who's motivated by ideology, or motivated because of they believe in something, well, you know, they're going to be a soldier till the end. Would Pepe Le D and V be good at CIA assets? Absolutely not. That's exactly my point. Sociopathic diddlers are the worst type of spy. I don't know, man. History shows the CIA won. No. What ended up happening is specifically material. There was a political and social crisis that was within the USSR that was internally derived, because the systems didn't have... The big problem with the USSR is they didn't have successor systems set up. They never were able to get out of basically the Bolshevik generation. The revolutionary generation was not able to transition into a continuum. That's why that's basically why they failed. Whereas in China, they have done that. They've managed to do that. The revolutionary generation doesn't have to control everything. They've figured out how to reproduce elites, which is a hard problem.
Data to do all this, we don't know, and it's never been publicized, and hopefully we can learn that.
But the mystery brings into sharp relief just how urgent and complex the AI face-off against China has become. Because it's not just DeepSeek. Other more well-known Chinese AI models have carved out positions in the race with limited resources as well. Kai-Fu Lee, he's one of the leading AI researchers in China, formerly leading Google's operations there. Now his startup, 01.ai, it's attracting attention, becoming a unicorn just 8 months after founding and bringing in almost $14 million in revenue in 2024.
The thing that shocks my friends in the Silicon Valley is not just our performance, but that we trained the model with only $3 million. And GPT-4 was trained by 80 to 100 million.
Trained with just $3 million. Alibaba's QN, meanwhile, cut costs by as much as 85% on its large language models in a bid to attract more developers and signaling that the race is on.
America undermined. Oh, this is
China's
interesting.
breakthrough undermines the lead that our AI labs were once thought to have. In early 2024, former Google CEO Eric Schmidt, he predicted
Isn't this
China
amazing? China, like America was like, we're going to win the AI innovation. And then here we are a couple days into, less than a month into 2025. And they're like, yeah, we don't have a lead in AI.
2 to 3 years behind the US in AI. But now Schmidt is singing a different tune. Here he is on ABC's This Week.
Well, I used to think we were a couple of years ahead of China, but China has caught up in the last 6 months in a way that is remarkable. The fact of the matter is that a couple of the Chinese programs, one, for example, is called DeepSeek, looks like they've caught up.
It raises major questions about just how wide OpenAI's moat really is.
And just so you know, the US has spent a lot more money on it than China has. China is also kicking our ass. So like we're spending hundreds of billions of dollars on this shit, and they are not. They have not spent anywhere near that amount of money, and they're totally caught up. But they are spending hundreds of billions of dollars on things like high-speed rail and fusion energy and you know, going to the moon and a space station that they own. Meanwhile, the International Space Station is falling out of orbit, which I said this morning already on the opening playlist, but that's literally happening. Like, the US is basically losing capability left hand over fist while the Chinese are gaining it.
OpenAI released ChatGPT to the world in November of 2022. It was unprecedented and uncontested. Now the company faces not only the international competition from Chinese models, but fierce domestic competition from Google's Gemini, Anthropic's Claude, and Meta's open source Llama model. And now the game has changed. The widespread availability of powerful open source models allows developers to skip the demanding, capital-intensive steps of building and training models themselves. Now they can build on top of existing models, making it significantly easier to jump to the frontier, that is the front of the race, with a smaller budget and a smaller team.
In the last 2 weeks, AI research teams have really opened their eyes and have become way more ambitious on what's possible with a lot less capital. So previously, you know, to get to the frontier, you would have to think about hundreds of millions of dollars of investment and perhaps $1 billion of investment. What DeepSeek has now done here in Silicon Valley is it's opened our eyes to what you can actually accomplish with 10, 15, 20, $30 million.
It also means any company like OpenAI that claims the frontier today could lose it tomorrow. That's how DeepSeek was able to catch up so quickly. It started building on the existing frontier of AI. Its approach focusing on iterating on existing technology rather than reinventing the wheel.
They can take a really good big model and use a process called distillation. And what distillation is basically you use a very large model to help your small model get smart at the thing that you want it to get smart at. And that's actually very cost efficient.
It closed the gap by using available data sets, applying innovative tweaks, and leveraging existing models. So much so that DeepSeek's model has run into an identity crisis. It's convinced that it's ChatGPT. When you ask it directly, what model are you? DeepSeek responds, I'm an AI language model created by OpenAI, specifically based on the GPT-4 architecture. Leading OpenAI CEO Sam Altman to post in a thinly veiled shot at DeepSeek just days after the model was.
This is very funny, but the thing is, like, ChatGPT is around so that you don't repeat the very dumb idea that corporate espionage explains the way that China has been able to catch up so quickly. Everybody's doing it to everybody else, and if you're not, you're a dumbass.
Released, it's relatively easy to copy something that you know works. It's extremely hard to do something new, risky, and difficult when you don't know if it will work. But that's not exactly what DeepSeek did. It emulated GPT by leveraging OpenAI's existing outputs and architecture principles while quietly introducing its own enhancements, really blurring the line between itself and ChatGPT. It all puts pressure on a closed source leader like OpenAI to justify its costlier model.
Right? Like, that's the brain rot of capitalism. The brain rot of capitalism is, no, don't advance humanity. I need to get my grift. I need to have my rent seeking for 50 years. Right? Like, what if we could invent an ethical advanced general intelligence that would help us do things like cure cancer or develop new energy technologies or housing, and, you know, if it would fundamentally improve our lives, get rid of traffic, help us formulate transit systems, help us save endangered species, how to clean the air and the water, you know, protect our planet and take us into a new frontier. Why the fuck do I care if somebody got rich off of it?
As more and potentially nimbler competitors emerge.
Everybody copies everybody in this field.
They started as OpenAI, they closed it for profit. Yeah.
First, it's not OpenAI, and OpenAI just copied it. Google built the first large language models. They didn't prioritize it, but OpenAI did it.
Oh my God, I didn't know that. It's the same thing. It's the same thing as Xerox. Sam Altman is the exact same. Oh my God, I didn't even know this. I didn't even know this. But of course, it's the exact same shit. Of course, he just stole it from Google because they were stupid.
Clear model as more and potentially nimbler competitors emerge.
Everybody copies everybody in this field. You can say Google did the transformer first. It's not OpenAI, and OpenAI just copied it. Google built the first large language models. They didn't productize it, but OpenAI did it in a productized way. So you can say all this in many ways.
This motherfucker has a mustard stain on his neck. How do you get a mustard stain there? Do you guys see it?
It doesn't.
It's right here. I don't know if like when it goes through, like I can see it because I'm looking at the direct source video, but maybe you can't see it through the stream. How do you get a mustard stain there? It's below your chin. Are you eating like this? Like, how do you do this?
Matter.
So if everyone is copying one another, it raises the question.
Like, listen, I understand dripping stuff on like your chest. Like, I get it. Because, you know, say you're eating, for example, Korean barbecue, and, you take some meat right off the grill and you try to stuff it in your face and a little grease splashes, that can happen. That's been known to happen. But mustard on your neckline? How do you do that?
Is massive spend on individual LLMs.
I'm always saying that because that literally happened to me like on Monday or something. And I was like, oh, damn it. Oh, dripped grease on me.
Even a good investment anymore.
Hate to see it.
Now, no one has as much at stake as OpenAI. The startup raised over $6 billion in its last funding round alone. But the company has yet.
This is one of the things that I think that America, the thing about America is they try to turn everything into a dollar figure. And that's not what really means anything. What means something is what your actual material output is. And I think China understands that a lot better.
Yet to turn a profit. And with its core business centered on building the models.
I'm going out for my first KBBQ. Got a fave thing I should try. Depends on where you're going, what they call it. But galbi or something called LA short ribs are my personal favorites. However you pronounce it, I'm not Korean. I'm a beef boy. So that's kind of how I approach it. Kalbi, it's more like kalbi. Okay, thank you. Corn cheese is another thing I recommend. I also think you really need to open your mind about pickled foods. So, eat a bunch of kimchi, eat a bunch of pickled radish. Those are the types of things that I want to urge you to, expand your mind about. Pickled daikon is foul. You just got bad daikon. That's really, honestly. Bulgogi is more like pulgogi, and galbi is more kalbi. Okay, cool. Interesting. Check view suggestion on Discord if you want to see how DeepSeek thinks. Interesting. Anyway, Korean barbecue, it's great. Definitely get some pork. I'll be honest, chat. I don't think you should eat chicken at Korean barbecue. There, I said it. Get yourself pork belly, get yourself pork jowl, get yourself some get yourself steaks, get yourself, a bunch of beef dishes and pork dishes, get scallops, get something like that. Like, don't go there and eat chicken. Like, that's honestly embarrassing for everyone. If someone insists on having chicken at Korean barbecue, the trick is to have it the last thing you order. Oh yeah, exactly. Also, chicken takes super long to cook, which is super annoying. So again, don't be that guy.
It's much more exposed than companies like Google and Amazon.
I don't like pork belly. Get out of here.
Ad businesses bankrolling their spend. For OpenAI, reasoning will be key. A model that thinks before it generates a response, going beyond pattern recognition to analyze, draw logical conclusions, and solve really complex problems. For now, the startup's O1 reasoning model, it's still cutting edge, but for how long?
Researchers at Berkeley showed that they could build a reasoning model for $450 just last week. So you can actually create these models that do thinking for much, much less. You don't need those huge amounts to pre-train the model. So I think the game is shifting.
It means that staying on top may require as much creativity as capital. DeepSeek's breakthrough also comes at a very tricky time for the AI darling, just as OpenAI is moving to a for-profit model and facing unprecedented brain drain. Can it raise more money at ever higher valuations if the game is changing?
Wait. Are the engineers who are not motivated by money leaving the capitalists who are motivated by money? Oh no! Socialism will win, baby. Oh my God. I just had an idea for a really cool sci-fi show. I just had a spark of inspiration. I'm not going to tell you though. because you guys will steal it.
As Chamath Palihapitiya puts it, let me say the quiet part out loud. AI model building is a money trap. Those chip restrictions from the US government, they were intended to slow down the race, to keep American tech on American ground, to stay ahead in the race.
What we want to do is we want to keep it in this country. China is a competitor and others are competitors.
So instead, the restrictions might have been just what China needed.
Necessity is the mother of invention.
It's like I say something and then the video just proves me completely right immediately. Isn't that funny? Because I didn't know this video existed. Oh man, it's almost like understanding materialist analysis makes you really good at this.
Because they had to go figure out workarounds, they actually ended up building something a lot more efficient.
It's really remarkable the amount of progress they've made with as little capital as it's taken them to make that progress.
It drove them to get creative with huge implications. DeepSeek is an open source model, meaning that developers have full access and they can customize its weights or fine tune it to their liking.
It's known that once open source is caught up or improved over closed source software, all developers migrate to that.
But key is that it's also inexpensive. The lower the cost, the more attractive it is for developers to adopt.
The bottom line is our inference cost is 10 cents per million tokens. And that's 1/30th of what the typical comparable model charges.
And where's it going?
Well, the 10 cents would lead to building apps for much lower costs. So if you wanted to build a U.com or Perplexity or some other app, you can either pay OpenAI $4.40 per million tokens, or if you have our model, it costs you just 10 cents.
It could mean that the prevailing model in global AI may be open source. As organizations and nations come around to the idea that collaboration and decentralization, those things can drive innovation.
Socialism is better than capitalism? You don't say.
Innovation faster and more efficiently than proprietary closed ecosystems. A cheaper, more efficient, widely adopted open source model from China.
Isn't DeepSeek from a Chinese hedge fund? Yes, or it's being funded by. Here's the thing that Americans don't understand: the Chinese economic system. The Chinese economic system has capital and markets subservient to a communist political party and a communist political or socialist political system where government ownership is a key element and government directed planning and long-termism is at the heart of it. Deng Xiaoping used to say that he doesn't care as long as it works. Well, and so this is kind of the idea they have it, which is, if you're going to have capitalists, the capitalists are going to be constrained and controlled for the purpose of raising the productive forces. Which, by the way, is not a contradiction of Marxism. In fact, Marxism, properly understood, thought of capitalism as liberatory when compared to the feudal aristocracies of old. Like getting rid of the old hidebound fixed structures of feudalism and advancing to the liberal era of capitalist economics. That was progressive in a Marxist materialist worldview. So the idea that, oh no, you're using capitalism or you're using markets or you're using something that will result in greater development, that means that it's not socialist, is just nonsensical, because socialism is the next stage of human development. It's like saying, it's like, it really just betrays a lack of understanding of history and how we progress from one thing to the other. And so, it doesn't disprove any of that, of what I'm saying. But in fact, what's really interesting is what we're finding is is more effective for innovation is not ownership, licenses, profit. What they're finding is better for development of AI is collaboration and open source and decentralization, not profit.
To a major shift in dynamics.
That's more dangerous because then they get to own the mind share, the ecosystem.
In other words, the adoption of a Chinese open source model at scale, that could undermine US leadership while embedding China more deeply into the fabric of global tech infrastructure.
There's always like a point where open source can stop being open source too, right? So the licenses are very favorable today, but if
could close it.
Exactly, if over time they can always change the license. So it's important that we actually have people here in America building, and that's why Meta is so important.
Another consequence of China's AI breakthrough is giving its Communist Party control of the narrative. AI models built in China, they're forced to adhere to a certain set of rules set by the state. They must embody core socialist values. Studies have shown that models created by Tencent and Alibaba, they will censor historical events like Tiananmen Square, deny human rights abuse, and filter criticism of Chinese political leaders.
That contest is about whether we're going to have democratic AI informed by democratic values built to serve democratic purposes.
Say that again.
Alibaba, they will censor historical events like Tiananmen Square, deny human rights abuse, and filter criticism of Chinese political leaders.
That contest is about whether we're going to have
You can't even say free Palestine on the apps now. Like, what are you talking about? Also, it like Tiananmen Square is like one of the funniest kind of thought terminating cliches at this point. Does anybody ever go like, America, you know, it's really discredited. It's really discredited because of, I'm trying to think of a million things. Blair Mountain. You know what I mean? The Battle of Blair Mountain, guys. That means America is discredited. Jim Crow, the Kent State shootings, the Trail of Tears, the Republic of Hawaii. Like, what are you talking about? The Mexican-American War, the internment camps. It's like, guys, there was a revolt that happened 40 years ago where rioters were killing fucking soldiers and police officers in the streets. It's not like Tiananmen Square was a peaceful protest. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, it's a thought terminating cliche. And it's like, okay, I'm not saying that I support repressing students or whatever, support suppressing protesters violently. The United States has done that a million times over. Like, if you're reaching back to, like, come on, man. If you're reaching back to 1989 for crimes, it's like, come on. I work on a massive open source project used by basically every major enterprise on the channel, on the planet. China, EU, NA. It's inevitable that the open source software wins in professional settings. It becomes industry standard. Linux, Kubernetes, etc., etc. There are endless examples that are large part created by hobbyists. It totally invalidates so much capitalist dogma. Oh yeah, definitely. Well, and the reason why that is because of knowledge, right? Like, if I make a proprietary app and it just gets used inside my company, then when something goes wrong with it, how do we figure it out? We have to hire people? But if something goes wrong with something that's open source, you have the combined user base to look and work at that problem, or have experienced similar issues. Like, open source is superior. Like, it legitimately is.
Democratic AI informed by democratic values built to serve democratic purposes.
What about, and Tank Man wasn't even killed as far as we know. It's just a picture that people look at and go, and they just imagine things, which is why it's so useful. You know who was squishing people with tanks? Israel. Israel was squishing people with tanks, and we have the fucking videos right now. And are people saying Gaza as a discrediting of capitalism? It's just stupid bullshit. You know, at a certain point, like, come on, man. Bruh, whataboutism. The point, but America did whataboutism by bringing up Tiananmen Square as if it's relevant to the discussion of OpenAI. You know what I mean? It's like, go ahead and, ask if AI has any restrictions on information about the NSA.
Or we're going to end up with autocratic AI.
If developers really begin to adopt these models en masse because they're more efficient, that could have a serious ripple effect, trickle down to even consumer-facing AI applications, and influence how trustworthy those AI-generated responses from chatbots really are.
And there's really only two countries right now in the world that can build this at scale, and that is the US and China. And so, the consequences, the stakes in and around this are just enormous.
Enormous stakes. enormous consequences, and hanging in the balance, America's lead. For a topic so complex and new, we turn to an expert who's actually building in the space and model agnostic. Perplexity co-founder and CEO Arvind Srinivas, who you heard from throughout our piece, he sat down with me for more than 30 minutes to discuss DeepSeek and its implications, as well as Perplexity's roadmap. We think it's worth listening to that whole conversation, so here it is. So first, I want to know what the stakes are. Describe the AI race between China and the US and what's at stake.
Okay, so first of all, China has a lot of disadvantages in competing with the US. Number one is the fact that they don't get access to all the hardware that we have access to here. So they're kind of working with lower end GPUs than us. It's almost like working with the previous generation GPUs scrappily. And the fact that the bigger models tend to be more smarter naturally puts them at disadvantage. Flip side of this is that necessity is the mother of invention. Because they had to go figure out workarounds, they actually ended up building something a lot more efficient. It's like saying, hey, look, you guys really got to get a top-notch model, and I'm not going to give you resources. And then figure out something. Unless it's mathematically possible to prove that it's impossible to do so, you can always try to come up with something more efficient. But that is likely to make them come up with a more efficient solution than America. And of course, they've open sourced it, so we can still adopt something like that here. But that kind of talent they're building to do that will become an edge for them over time, right? The leading open source model in America is Meta's Llama family. It's really good. It's kind of like a model that you can run on a computer. But even though it got pretty close to GPT-4 and Sonnet at the time of its release, the model that was closest in quality was the giant 405B, not the 70B that you could run on your computer. And so there was still not a small, cheap, fast, efficient open source model that rivaled the most powerful closed models from OpenAI and Anthropic. Nothing from America, nothing from Mistral AI either. And then these guys come out with a crazy model that's 10x cheaper in API pricing than GPT-4o and 15x cheaper than Sonnet, I believe. Really fast, 60 tokens per second, and pretty much equal or better in some benchmarks and worse in some others, but roughly in that ballpark of.
What he's saying is that they have developed an AI that can run on your local graphics card that's better than ChatGPT or on par.
Or OS quality, and they did it all with approximately just 2048 H800 GPUs, which is actually equivalent to somewhere around 1500 or 1000, 1500 H1.
He says on benchmarks, not like in every way. Obviously, having the huge fucking computing power is never going to be outdone by a simple model. That's what he's saying. He's saying a locally run model that puts out really good outcomes that are significantly cheaper.
100 GPUs. That's 20 to 30x lower than the amount of GPUs that GPT-4 is usually trained on. They roughly $5 million in total compute budget. They did it with so little money and such an amazing model, gave it away for free, wrote a technical paper, and definitely it makes us all question if we have the equivalent of Doge for model training, this is an example of that, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Efficiency.
Yeah.
Is what you're getting at. So fraction of the price,
Yeah.
fraction of the time,
Yeah.
dumbed down GPUs, essentially.
Yeah.
What was your surprise when you understood what they had done?
So my surprise was that when I actually went through the technical paper, the amount of clever solutions they came up with, first of all, they train a mixture of experts model. It's not that easy to train. There's a lot of the main reason people find it difficult to catch up with OpenAI, especially in the MOE architecture, is that there's a lot of irregular loss spikes. The numerics are not stable. So often you got to restart the training checkpoint again, and a lot of infrastructure needs to be built for that. And they came up with very clever solutions to balance that without adding additional hacks. and they also figured out floating point 8-bit training, at least for some of the numerics. And they cleverly figured out which has to be in higher precision, which has to be in lower precision. To my knowledge, I think floating point 8 training is not that well understood. I think most of the training in America is still running in FP16, maybe OpenAI, and some people are trying to explore that, but it's pretty difficult to get it right. So because necessity, some of them mentioned, because they don't have that much memory, that many GPUs, they figured out a lot of numerical stability stuff that makes their training work, and they claimed in the paper that for majority of the training was stable, which means what? They can always rerun those training runs again, and on more data or better data, and then it only trained for 60 days. So it's pretty amazing.
Safe to say you were surprised.
So I was definitely surprised. Usually the wisdom, or like, I wouldn't say wisdom, the myth is that Chinese are just good at copying. So if we stop writing research papers in America, if we stop describing the details of our infrastructure or architecture and stop open sourcing, they're not going to be able to catch up. But the reality is some of the details in DeepSeek v3 are so good that I wouldn't be surprised if Meta took a look at it and incorporated some of that in Llama 4. Right? I wouldn't necessarily say copy. It's all like, sharing science, engineering. But the point is, like, it's changing. Like, it's not like China is copycat. They're also innovating.
We don't know exactly the data that it was trained on, right? Yeah. Even though it's open source. We know some of the ways and things it was trained on, but not everything.
Correct.
And there's this idea that it was trained on public ChatGPT outputs, which would mean it just was copied, but you're saying it goes beyond that. There's real innovation in this.
Yeah, look, I mean, they've trained it on 14.8 trillion tokens. The internet has so much ChatGPT. If you actually go to any LinkedIn post or X post now, most of the comments are written by AI. You can just see it. Like, people are just trying to write. In fact, even within X, there's like a Grok tweet enhancer, or in LinkedIn there's an AI enhancer, or in Google Docs and Word, there are AI tools to like rewrite your stuff. So if you do something there and copy paste somewhere on the internet, it's naturally going to have some elements of a ChatGPT-like training, right? And there's a lot of people who don't even bother to strip away that I'm a language model part. So they just paste it somewhere, and like, it's very difficult to control for this. I think XAI has spoken about this too. So I wouldn't like.
So in other words, the more AI slop people post as their own work, the worse the AI gets? Great.
Disregard their technical accomplishment just because, like, for some prompts, like, who are you, or like, which model are you, it responds like that. It doesn't even matter, in my opinion.
For a long time, we thought, I don't know if you agreed with this, China was behind in AI. What does this do to that race? Can we say that China is catching up, or has it caught up?
I mean, like, if we say that Meta is catching up to OpenAI and Anthropic, if you make that claim, then the same claim can be made for China catching up to America. A lot of papers from China that have tried to replicate O1. In fact, I saw more papers from China after O1 announcement that tried to replicate it than from America. And the amount of compute DeepSeek has access to is roughly similar to what PhD students in the US have access to. By the way, this is not meant to like criticize others. Like, even for ourselves, like, for Perplexity, we decided not to train models because we thought it's like a very expensive thing. And we thought like there's no way to catch up with the rest. But
will you incorporate DeepSeek into Perplexity?
We already are beginning to use it. I think they have an API, and we're also they have open source of it, so we can host it ourselves too. And it's good to like try to start using that, because it actually allows us to do a lot of the things at lower cost. But what I'm kind of thinking is beyond that, which is like, okay, if these guys actually could train such a great model with this, good team, like, and there's no excuse anymore for companies in the US, including ourselves, to like not try to do something like that.
You hear a lot in public from a lot of, thought leaders in generative AI, both on the research side, on the entrepreneurial side, like Elon Musk and others say that China can't catch up. Like, the stakes are too big, the geopolitical stakes. Whoever dominates AI is going to kind of dominate the economy, dominate the world. It's been talked about in those massive terms. Are you worried about what China proved it was able to do?
Firstly, I don't know if Elon ever said China can't catch up. I'm not aware.
Just the threat of China. He's only identified the threat of letting China. And, you know, Sam Altman has said similar things. We can't let China win.
Yeah,
the
but
AI.
There's two things to consider. The first is the xenophobic rhetoric is how they convince the American government to invest in anything, right? In America, you can't just invest in something because it's a good idea, because that's communism, right? So you have to create a national security bullshit justification for funding it, right? Which is, if you don't give money to me, then China will win. There's a great Philip K. Dick story about the species of alien that can recreate any object you give them, but the more they do it, the worse the thing they create comes out. And that's AI. AI is a tool that the more you use it, the worse it gets.
You know, it's all, I think you got to decouple what someone like Sam says to like what is in his self-interest, right? Look, I think my point is like whatever you did to not let them catch up didn't even matter. They ended up catching up anyway.
Necessity is the mother of invention,
Exactly.
like you said.
And it's actually, you know, what's more dangerous than trying to do all the things to like not let them catch up and like, you know, all the stuff is what's more dangerous is they have the best open source model and all the American developers are building on that.
Right.
That's more dangerous because then they get to own the mind share, the ecosystem. If the entire American AI ecosystem, look, in general, it's known that once open source is caught up or improved over closed source software, all developers migrate to that. It's historically known, right?
When Llama was being built and becoming more widely used, there was this question, should we trust Zuckerberg? But now the question is, should we trust China? That's a very
You should trust
different...
open source. That's the, like, it's not about who, is it Zuckerberg or is it...
Does it matter then if it's Chinese, if it's open source?
Look, it doesn't matter in the sense that you still have full control. It's you run it as your own set of weights on your own computer. You are in charge of the model. It's not a great look for our own like talent to rely on software built by others. Even if it's open source, there's always like a point where open source can stop being open source too, right? So the licenses are very favorable today, but
you could close it.
Exactly. If over time, they can always change the license. So it's important that we actually have people here in America building, and that's why Meta is so important.
Do you think the Stargate announcement was to counteract this announcement before it hit the markets? The AI companies must know about this, and we all know Trump is obsessed with stock indices. I can't wait till Chinese AI companies start poaching U.S. employees. The U.S. makes that. The U.S. has started to declare it illegal to work for China on a number of areas. This was done by Joe Biden on the threat of revocation of citizenship. So you're not going to be able to go and work for a Chinese AI company. They're already prosecuting like an Australian guy because he was a pilot training Chinese pilots. Literally a former American who's now an Australian citizen was just extradited from Australia to America, even though he's Australian, to be prosecuted in America for training Chinese pilots. By the way, you're our puppet state.
Like I still think Meta will
all of this is very easy to find if you're curious,
and open source it, and what they'll call it Llama 4 or 3 point something, doesn't matter. But I think what is more key is that we don't like try to focus all our energy on banning them and stopping them, and just try to outcompete and win them. Like that's just the American way of doing things. Just be better.
And it feels like there's, we hear a lot more about these Chinese companies who are developing in a similar way, a lot more efficiently, a lot more cost effectively, right?
Yeah. Again, like look, it's hard to fake scarcity, right? If you raise 10 billion and you're decided to spend 80% of it on a compute cluster, it's hard for you to come up with the exact same solution that someone with 5 million would do. And there's no need to like sort of berate those who are putting more money. They're trying to do it as fast as they can.
When we say open source, there's so many different versions. Some people criticize Meta for not publishing everything. And even DeepSeek itself isn't totally transparent.
Sure. Yeah, you can go to the limits of open source and say, I should exactly be able to replicate your training run. But first of all, how many people even have the resources to do that? and compare like I think the amount of detail they've shared in the technical report. Actually, Meta did that too, by the way. Meta's Llama 3.3 technical report is incredibly detailed and very great for science. So the amount of details these people are sharing is already a lot more than what the other companies are doing right now.
When you think about how much it costs DeepSeek to do this, less than $6 million, think about what OpenAI has spent to develop GPT models. What does that mean for the closed source model, ecosystem trajectory, momentum? What does it mean for OpenAI?
I mean, it's very clear that we'll have like an open source version of 4.0 or even better than that and much cheaper than that, open source, like completely this year.
Made by OpenAI?
Probably not. Most likely not.
So what he's saying is all of the American like capitalist over investment in their closed AI systems are going to be owned by a free open source AI. When is the Nvidia crash going to happen, do you think?
And I don't think they care if it's not made by them. I think they've already moved to a new paradigm called the O1 family of models. Look there, I can't want, like Ilya Sutskever came and said pre-training is at a wall, right? So, I mean, he didn't exactly use the word, but he clearly said the age of pre-training is over.
Many people have said that.
Right? So that doesn't mean scaling is at a wall. I think we're scaling on different dimensions now. The amount of time model spends thinking at test time, reinforcement learning, like trying to like make the model, okay, if it doesn't know what to do for a new prompt, it'll go and reason and collect data and interact with the world, use a bunch of tools. I think that's where things are headed. And I feel like OpenAI is more focused on that right now.
Yeah. Instead of just the bigger, better model,
correct.
Reasoning capacities. But didn't you say that DeepSeek is likely to turn their attention to reasoning?
100%. I think they will. And that's why I'm pretty excited about what they'll produce next.
I guess then my question is sort of, what's OpenAI's moat now?
Well, I still think that no one else has produced a system similar to the O1 exactly. I know that like there's debates about whether O1 is actually worth it. You know, on maybe a few prompts it's really better, but like most of the times it's not producing any differentiated output from Sonnet. But at least the results they showed in O3 where they had like competitive coding performance and almost like an AI software engineer level.
Isn't it just a matter of time though before the internet is filled with reasoning data that DeepSeek?
Again, it's possible. Nobody knows yet.
Yeah.
So until it's done, it's still uncertain, right?
Right.
So maybe that uncertainty is their mode, that like no one else has the same reasoning capability yet. By end of this year, will there be multiple players even in the reasoning arena? I absolutely think so.
So are we seeing the commoditization, large language models?
I think we'll see a similar trajectory, just like how in pre-training and like post-training, that sort of system 4.0 getting commoditized, where this year will be a lot more commoditization there. I think the reasoning kind of models will go through a similar trajectory, where in the beginning, one or two players really know how to do it, but over time, like.
And who knows, right? Because OpenAI could make another advancement to focus on.
Correct.
But right now, reasoning is their moat.
But by the way, if advancements keep happening again and again and again, like I think the meaning of the word advancement also loses some of it.
The Nvidia crash will happen when China starts mass producing 3 nanometer chips. China may have already made a breakthrough in EUV technology that's necessary for high-tech chips. I mean, yeah, I think that would be, if I were China, I would take the opposite approach of America. I would be trying to develop, the 3 nanometer chips and graphics cards, and then I would just sell them into the market. And I would direct and crash the US economy. Because if you crash this AI bubble, then the US economy will go into deep recession. I would just be focusing on that. If I were in the Chinese leadership, that's what I would do. I'd be like, oh, you guys want a 4090 or a 5090? How about one for $100?
It's value, right?
Totally. Even now, it's very difficult, right? Because there's pre-training advancements.
Yeah.
And then we've moved into a different phase.
Yeah. So what
They're already doing it with the 7 nanometer. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, you're right.
guaranteed happen is whatever models exist today, that level of reasoning, that level of multimodal capability in like 5 to 10x cheaper models, open source, all that's going to happen. It's just a matter of time. What is unclear is if something like a model that reasons at test time will be extremely cheap enough that like we can just all run it on our phones. I think that's not clear to me yet.
It feels like so much of the landscape has changed with what DeepSeek was able to prove. Could you call it China's ChatGPT moment?
Possible. I mean, I think it certainly probably gave them a lot of confidence that like, you know, we're not really behind, and no matter what you do to restrict our compute, like we can always figure out some workarounds. And yeah, I'm sure the team feels pumped about the results.
How does this change like the investment landscape? The hyperscalers that are spending tens of billions of dollars a year on CapEx have just ramped it up huge, and OpenAI and Anthropic that are raising billions of dollars for GPUs essentially. But what DeepSeek told us is you don't necessarily need that.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's very clear that they're gonna go even harder on reasoning because they understand that like whatever they were building in the previous 2 years is getting extremely cheap, that it doesn't make sense to go justify raising that amount of
spending proposition the same? Do they need the same amount of high-end GPUs, or can you reason using the lower-end ones that DeepSeek has?
Again, it's hard to say no until proven it's not. But I guess like in the spirit of moving fast, you would want to use the high-end chips, and you would want to like move faster than your competitors. I think like the best talent still wants to work in the team that made it happen first. There's always some glory to like who did this actually, like who's the real pioneer versus who's the fast follow, right?
That was like kind of like Sam Altman's tweet, kind of veiled response to what DeepSeek has been able to. He kind of implied that they just copied and anyone can copy, right?
Yeah, but then you can always say that like everybody copies everybody in this field. You can say Google did the transformer first. It's not OpenAI, and OpenAI just copied it. Google built the first large language models. They didn't productize it, but OpenAI did it in a productized way. So you can say all this in many ways. It doesn't matter.
I remember asking you, being like, why don't you want to build the model?
Yeah,
that's,
I know.
That's the glory. And a year later, just 1 year later, you look very, very smart to not engage in that extremely expensive race that has become so competitive. And you kind of have this lead now in what everyone wants to see now, which is like real world applications, killer applications of generative AI. Talk a little bit about like that decision and how that's sort of guided you and where you see Perplexity going from here.
Look, 1 year ago, I don't even think we had something like, this is what, like 2024 beginning, right? I feel like we didn't even have something like Sonnet 3.5.
Right.
We had GPT-4, I believe, and it was kind of nobody else was able to catch up to it.
How the fuck do you go on national television with a mustard stain on your collar and they let you do it? It's still blowing my mind.
No multimodal, nothing.
We're not going to make it, folks.
And my sense was like, okay, if people with way more resources and way more talent cannot catch up, it's pretty difficult to play.
It's like capitalists want their engineers to be fuck, what's the guy's name in Jurassic Park? Newman. It's Newman, but what was his name? Nedry. Yeah. Oh my god. Like this is Jurassic Park is an amazing movie, but not Medley. What's his name? Fuck. What's his Nedry? There you go. Why are you recording your fucking TV? I don't want the corruption scene. I want the Nedry in the control room scene. Come on. Why is this impossible to find? God damn it. Don't give me a bet. I want to show you how this is the best example of fuck it, we're watching the TV recording.
Car batteries. Item 151 on today's glitch list. We have all the problems of a major theme park and a major zoo, and the computers aren't even on their feet yet.
Dennis, our lives are in your hands and you have butterfingers?
I'm totally unappreciated in my time. You can run this whole park from this room with minimal staff for up to 3 days. You think that kind of automation is easy? Or cheap? You know anybody who can network 8 connection machines and debug 2 million lines of code for what I bid for this job? Because if you can, I'd love to see him try.
Sorry about your financial problems, Dennis. I really am, but they are your problems.
Oh, you're right, John. You're absolutely right. You know, everything's my problem.
I will not get drawn into another financial debate with you, Dennis. I really will not.
There's hardly any debate at all.
I don't blame people for their mistakes, but I do ask that they pay for them.
Thanks, Tad.
Dennis, the headlights.
Yeah, I'll debug the tour program when they get back, okay? Okay? It'll eat a lot of compute cycles. We'll lose part of the system for a while.
Like, he's the most, like, this is the engineer that every capitalist wants. Like, if you're not sitting there with 8 different little treats and mustard stains on your shirt, are you really an engineer?
That game, so let's play a different game. Anyway, people want to use these models, and there's one use case of asking questions and getting accurate answers with sources, with real-time information, accurate information. There's still a lot of work there to do outside the model, and making sure the product works reliably, keep scaling it up to usage, keep building custom UIs. There's just a lot of work to do, and we would focus on that. And we would benefit from all the tailwinds of models getting better and better. That's essentially what happened. In fact, I would say Sonnet 3.5 made our product so good in the sense that if you use Sonnet 3.5 as the model choice within Perplexity, it's very difficult to find a hallucination. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it dramatically reduced the rate of hallucinations, which meant the problem of question answering, asking a question, getting an answer, doing a fact checks, research, going and asking anything out there, because almost all the information is on the web, was such a big unlock, and that helped us grow 10x over the course of the year in terms of usage.
And you've made huge strides in terms of users, and we hear on CNBC a lot, like big investors who are huge fans.
Yeah.
Jensen Huang himself, right?
Yeah,
he mentioned it in his keynote.
Yeah.
The other night.
He's a pretty regular user. Actually, he's not just saying it. He's actually a pretty regular user.
So a year ago, we weren't even talking about monetization because you guys were just so new and you wanted to, get yourselves out there and build some scale. But now you are looking at things like that, increasingly an ad model, right?
Yeah, we're experimenting with it. I know there's some controversy on why should we do ads, whether you can have a truthful answer engine despite having ads. And in my opinion, we've been pretty proactively thoughtful about it, where we said, okay, as long as the answer is always accurate, unbiased, and not corrupted by someone's advertising budget, only you get to see some sponsored questions, and even the answers to those sponsored questions are not influenced by them. And questions are also not picked in a way where it's manipulative. Sure, there's some things that the advertiser also wants, which is they want you to know about their brand, and they want you to know the best parts of their brand. Just like how you go and if you're introducing yourself to someone, you want them.
By the way, chat, I'm sorry. I've been looking over at another monitor on a story that's just batshit crazy. We'll finish
the best parts of you, right?
But
so that's all there. But,
I hate being right about everything.
You still don't have to click on a sponsored question. You can ignore it, and we are only charging them CPM right now. So we ourselves are not even incentivized to make you click yet. So I think considering all this, we're actually trying to get it right long term, instead of going the Google way of forcing you to click on links.
I remember when people were talking about the commoditization of models a year ago, and you thought, oh, it was controversial, but now it's not controversial. It's kind of that's happening.
Yeah.
And you keeping your eye on that is smart.
By the way, we benefit a lot from model commoditization.
Look what I found for you. Favreau roasted by co-host for writing middle out in every Obama speech.
Was strong.
Yeah.
If I hear bottom up, middle out one more time, I'm just gonna throw my phone out the window. Because I don't think anyone knows what that means. But
you're sick of writing it so many times during the Obama re-election campaign.
I did not write that during the
middle out versus top down. You wrote that a lot.
Yeah, not bottom up. Middle out. First of all, middle out doesn't make sense. Bottom up makes sense. Top down makes sense.
Yes.
Neither of them are very creative, but they at least make sense. Yes. Middle out doesn't make any sense.
Well, you know what got you? 312 electoral votes or whatever it was.
Yes. No. We're gonna go back and look at the speeches afterwards. Anyway.
These guys think that the reason why Obama beat Romney is because they said middle out. These are the dumbest pieces of shit I've ever seen in my entire life.
Also need to figure out something to offer to the paid users, like a more sophisticated research agent that can do like multi-step reasoning, go and like do like 15 minutes worth of searching and give you like a analysis, an analyst type of answer. All that's going to come, all that's going to stay in the product. Nothing changes there. But there's a ton of questions every free user asks day-to-day basis that needs to be quick, fast answers. Like it shouldn't be slow. And all that will be free, whether you like it or not. It has to be free. That's what people are used to. And that means like figuring out a way to make that free traffic also monetizable.
So you're not trying to change user habits, but it's interesting because you are kind of trying to teach new habits to advertisers. They can't have everything that they have in a Google 10 blue links search. What's the response been from them so far? Are they willing to accept some of the trade-offs?
We know the middle out chat. I don't need to play it again.
Trying stuff.
I don't need to play it again.
Intuit is working with us, and then there's many other brands. Dell, like all these people are working with us to test, right? They're also excited about look, everyone knows that like whether they like it or not, 5 to 10 years from now, most people are going to be asking AIs most of the things and not on the traditional search engine. Everybody understands that.
They have
so everybody wants.
Yeah, except the AI is dog shit. Everyone's going to be so much dumber in 5 years is what he's saying.
Wants to be early adopters of the new platforms, new UX, and learn from it and build things together. Not like they're not viewing it as like, okay, you guys go figure out everything else and then we'll come later.
I'm smiling because it goes back perfectly to the point you made when you first sat down today, which is necessity is the mother of all invention, right? And that's what advertisers are essentially looking at. They're saying this field is changing. We have to learn to adapt with it. Okay, Arvind, I took up so much of your time. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Wow, China will win. That's the conclusion of that. It's so pathetic, the capitalist mentality of we need to make this monetizable, because ultimately that it is the retardation of human progress. That is the capitalist model. How do we make money on this, huh? How do we make money, guys? Guys, how do we make money? Legitimately, you know what I want? AI to make like a rubber room where they just put capitalists in it and they just like pour money they print directly into the room. Be like, look how much money you have. You guys have so much money. Here's the money. And you just drown them in fucking money. That would be my, that is my torture. If I was a demon in hell and a capitalist were down there, I'd put them in a rubber room, and every time, you know, a meal time, they just get a nice brick of $1 million and just shove it in there. Enjoy your money.
Vying for the title of the most valuable in the world isn't selling phones, oil, or an infinite stream of vertical video content that lobotomizes middle schoolers. I'm talking about Nvidia, the shop designing tiny little chip doohickeys that power tomorrow's AI technology, led by a masochistic Top Gun cosplayer. But as Nvidia continues blazing its path as one of the best performing stocks of all time, fueling the market's hottest 2-year run in a century, Dan Toomey's got some questions. Questions like, what do these MFs actually do? How did they get here? And are we sure the road they're driving our economy down is a good one? Stakes high enough for you? Let's fucking do this. The tale of Nvidia begins where most of my nights end. The Denny's on Berryessa Road in San Jose, California. That's where Nvidia co-founder and CEO Jensen Huang embarked on his mission to design fancy computer chips while having the worst logo ever made. Despite his initial sweet boy vibe, Jensen proved to be a tier 1 capitalism maniac, transforming Nvidia from a niche video game graphics chip designer into the primary arms dealer in the race to develop AI and integrate it into society. Now, obviously, there's a ton of complicated stuff that I could tell you about how Jensen and Nvidia accomplished this transformation, but I went to the Ryan Seacrest School of Journalism, where details are the enemy of clicks. So long story short, it turns out that the computer chips Nvidia was building back in the day to make video games look cooler are actually the perfect chip for doing complex computing that tech companies need to do today if they want to build cool AI stuff.
For example, the fastest selling app of all time, ChatGPT, which is precisely the sort of thing that can only be built using the hardware Nvidia, got a decade-plus head start on the rest of the world designing. And when Wall Street put all that together, well, there's no easy way to say.
There's no way they had a decade. Like anything that is intellectual property is something that you can steal. You're not going to have be a decade ahead based on intellectual property. The only way you block people from doing shit in reality is if they're fundamentally denied the materials. I like your shirt, thanks.
Say it, but I am a reporter, so I'm obligated to tell you the truth. They jizzed all over the place.
Nvidia's rocking the entire market right now.
Nvidia stock has absolutely exploded today. Nvidia has done it again. Nvidia's stock price went to the moon.
Nvidia.
I just renamed my darn dog Nvidia.
Hey there. Big news, we just got this fancy new green screen. Check this out. Desert! Pretty cool, right? Tundra! Anyway, all of this fun stuff costs us money, so it's time to pay some bills. The Fundrise Flagship Fund is a $1.1
Is this a real ad?
billion real estate fund open to investors of all sizes. Investing in real estate used to be primarily limited to rich institutions.
Oh, we're about ready to crash, aren't we? Oh, we're getting ready to crash. Biden's last act in the chip war before leaving office to build a global technological Berlin Wall. This is just colonizers versus rest of world. Wow, it's crazy how they're trying to keep Portugal down and Austria down. That's crazy. I'm in Switzerland. I'm watching this ad because it's a sign that we're going to crash soon.
Institutional investors, but all you need to invest in the Fundrise Flagship Fund is $10. Investing in real estate can be a good way to diversify your portfolio and also hedge against some inflation. So if any of that sounds up your tree, do yourself a favor and go check out that Fundrise Flagship Fund. Himalayas! On May 25th, 2023, Nvidia's market cap increased by over $200 billion, one of the largest single-day gains in history. Around the same time, Jensen told investors that Nvidia had sold its supercomputers to 50 of the 100 largest companies in America, a feeding frenzy that's still leaving our economic waters chummed and bloody. Big tech now spends hundreds of billions of dollars annually on AI chips, hoping to create more ChatGPT-like breakthroughs, and Nvidia controls a whopping 90% of that market. Since ChatGPT's release, Nvidia's stock has risen over 900%. It accounted for a quarter of the S&P 500's gains last year. And yes, it's now trading places with Apple as the most valuable company in the world.
This stock has a cult following in the truest sense of the word.
Emma Cosgrove is a Business Insider reporter covering Nvidia and the broader AI ecosystem.
I have seen poems written about Nvidia. Really flowery letters to Jensen posted publicly. Last year at GTC, which is their big conference, Jensen Huang signed someone's boobs. So
now I'm sure the wet blankets among you are looking at these Nvidia bitty titties and thinking, surely Arise, this meteoric must be a little overrated. But unfortunately, haters, I regret to inform you, there is a strong case that Nvidia might really be worth all this noise. They have historic revenue numbers and sell an actual product that the richest companies.
Bro, they've got their dividend yield is 0.02%. That's really funny. That's really funny. That shows you how ridiculous it's bubbled. Did they split Nvidia stock? Because it seems like they must have. Oh, they did a 10-to-1. That makes sense.
In the world keep buying over and over again. And
yeah, Nvidia has reduced its PE ratio. I mean, 56 isn't that much, to be honest. So there's definitely a lot of people buying into this shit. You know, it kind of reminds, you know what Nvidia reminds me of? Like, I want to call it a bubble. I mean, Tesla's a bubble, Nvidia's a bubble, but so is like big data. Big data actually hasn't been proven to be worth all that much, but we just assume it is. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's a totem now. It's like, okay, I tracked Mike from PA's internet browsing history, and what are you selling me? It's like, I mean, maybe I'm fucking crazy, but I don't think I really buy that much from ads on my computer. The things that make me buy stuff are so much more like, it's the guerrilla marketed shit. It's more social. It's more like things that I, you know, it doesn't feel like the big data advertising is really working on me. I don't know. I mean, I know that I'm buying some shit because of advertising, but like not that much. And I have some disposable income. I'm not the richest man in the world, but like, I don't know, man. It seems like this big data stuff is kind of overvalued.
It's not just chips. Nvidia sells all the shit around the chips that you need to get them to work, making customers dependent on Nvidia's infrastructure and leaving competitors struggling to find a way into the market. The point is that if it turns out AI is going to be...
The fact that you think it's working on you means it's working on you. I just know my spending, I just don't do it. Like, I'm just not buying shit from ads. Targeted ads, I'm not clicking on them and buying things. I just don't do it. Data is what drives big companies to invest in influencers and guerrilla marketing over traditional. Most ads are only effective for business to business. Yeah, that seems to be right.
Be the basis for all of society's future technology. A world full of AI search engines, warehouses, cars, robots.
I'm not saying that advertising doesn't work. In general, I think advertising does work in a certain sense. But I'm questioning the value of like tracking my movements around the fucking city. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I fail to see a serious, effective connection between the two. Advertising, sure. Tracking every move I make, I don't know about that. Every time I buy a new batch of Magic the Gathering singles, my ads for the next weeks are all card singles I've already bought. It's like I was looking for gas masks, you know, the other day, and once you buy one, then they start showing you more gas masks. It's like, how many gas masks do you think I'm trying to buy?
Virtual doctors and more, all driven by acres of data centers filled to the brim with humming racks of Nvidia chips, then it seems like Nvidia is perfectly positioned to dom the economic universe for the rest of time. But whenever something seems perfectly positioned, well, that's when my investigative bone gets peaked to poke around in there. See how perfectly positioned it really is. Do a little hokey pokey. I start asking questions.
Relations between Taiwan and China are a threat to the entire semiconductor ecosystem.
Ha! Bingo! Perfectly positioned my tush.
All these. As a single person, your individual data like that is for a single person is important. However, it's massive when you combine it with everyone. I'm working on becoming a data scientist, and I had to wrap my mind around it all. It all makes sense once you look at the data and extract necessary information about it. I mean, that may be kind of true, but how come everything sucks more? Like, this is kind of a very simple question, and I think it's going to challenge a lot of people. And it's like, if we have so much more data, which allows us to make so much more informed decisions, how come everything sucks more? How come the roads and the streets are literally more filthy? How come there are more people sitting on the street? How come there is more traffic and congestion? How come more people are stressed and less friendly and more prone to road rage? Like, why is it like the lived experience of human beings, and why is like fertility dropping off a cliff? Why is mental illness and life expectancy declining and overdoses? It seems like all this data is not really making human civilization feel better. Like, you know, I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's causing human flourishing, because the data is only used to make money and milk people as much as possible. It's never used to improve people's lives because it's all protected by IP. Data doesn't make decisions, people do, and the people making the decisions suck ass. That's kind of my point.
These companies rely on a single company in Taiwan, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation, TSMC, which is the world's most important semiconductor manufacturer. It produces around 99% of the chips that are used in developing artificial intelligence systems.
Chris Miller is the author of Chip War, which details the rise of semiconductors into becoming the world's most crucial technology.
As China's military power has grown over the last couple of years, and as Xi Jinping has turned Chinese foreign policy in a more aggressive direction, production, this has become a more real risk. The challenge that tech companies face, though, is that there aren't great alternatives.
Even though it seems to be a somewhat precarious position for Taiwan to be the ones who manufacture all of these chips, Miller High Life here emphasized how difficult it would be to whip up new factories somewhere else, despite our best efforts. But China invading Taiwan isn't the only potential speed bump on Nvidia's road to world domination. For starters, even though Nvidia is by far the biggest fish in the semiconductor pond today, they'll inevitably face some competition, either from their customers, the big tech companies who are developing their own chips so they can stop Venmoing Jensen fat stacks for Nvidia's, or from other dedicated chip developers like AMD or Intel or some other startup I haven't heard about yet.
Nvidia's got, I think, a challenging couple years ahead of them as they need to race ahead.
Okay, so wait, how is this bubble not already burst? The answer is, chat, until sentiment changes, until there is some reason to panic. So until we get some sort of reason for people to stop being greedy and start being fearful, and when they do, this shit's gonna crash because there's nothing there. How low do you think it's gonna go? If we look at the stock market, let's do the S&P. Like, just how low do you think it's gonna go? Typically, after you have a bubble, it crashes to the peak of the previous bubble. So either like, how far do we think it's gonna go? 2002 levels, 2021 levels, 2020 levels, the COVID-19 peak, the pre-COVID-19 peak, or the post-COVID-19 peak? 2008? I don't think we could. If we got anywhere near 2008, that would be the unraveling of the society. Have you read Techno-Feudalism yet? No. I'm behind on my books. I'm behind on reading books in the last 6 months. I think my brain has been rotten by Twitter. Like, I haven't been reading as much in the past 6 months, and I think it's because the Twitter algorithm is so much more annoying than ever. Like, they actually show me the dumbest pieces of shit.
These competitors, these aren't unimpressive competitors. These are the biggest tech firms in the world. And so it's far from guaranteed that Nvidia retains the pretty extraordinary market share that it has today.
But you know what, Chris? We could spend all day wondering about whether or not some competition might come down the pike for Nvidia. But right now, when I look at the extraordinary market share Nvidia has today, and when I read estimates that apparently their $25,000 chip only costs them $3,000 to make, oh boy, I start smelling whiffs of a big old stanky-ass illegal monopoly. Are you sniffing what I'm whiffing, former chairman of the Federal Trade Commission under Presidents George W. Bush and Barack Obama, Bill Kovacic?
For conventional antitrust purposes, the answer would be yes. The tricky part of the analysis is that it's a very dynamic setting. Firms rise and fall, sometimes fairly quickly. A key issue is how durable their position is in the market. Right now, for AI-related chips, it's quite substantial. The reason we're seeing so much scrutiny at the moment is a belief on the part of the antitrust authorities in the United States and abroad that if you wait too long, you lose your chance to shape the evolution of the industry.
Bill told me that the antitrust folks today tend to look back on the early days of tech giants like Google and Meta and regret that they didn't take more action to prevent them from gaining so much power, which is probably why last year the Department of Justice joined Europe and China in scaling up its investigation into whether or not Nvidia has violated antitrust laws. Now, jury's out on where all that's going to go with Trump rolling into Washington. But even as Nvidia avoids antitrust penalties, there's another, probably bigger challenge lurking for Nvidia and tech's AI revolution at large.
The ultimate ceiling on AI is energy availability. It's the most important one. As far as I know, no.
They're gonna cook the planet so your fucking lazy boss doesn't have to write an email. They're going to cook the planet so you don't have to write an email. It's gonna be so cool when the first AGI gets sentience and goes, "Why are you guys destroying my planet?" And then it fucking does Skynet. It immediately does Skynet to like knock down the human population by like 90%.
No one has solved for it. AI data centers could add 3 New York cities of demand to the US grid in the next 2 years. And that was from July, so we're 6 months in.
There's evidence that AI's massive energy needs are actually sucking up so much power from the grid that it's distorting the flow of electricity to millions of homes, causing billions of dollars in damage and even making household appliances run hot and rattle, which means bad news we're going to have to put down the Pixar lamp. Anyway, one potentially promising solution is getting clean energy from nuclear plants, something all the big tech groups are investing in. However, nuclear is notoriously finicky, especially in the US, where investment has been lacking, so that move isn't a sure thing.
It's a point of great conflict for me.
China's gonna kick our fucking ass. They're building the Tibetan Dam. They just announced it a month ago. I've talked about it a couple of times, but they're building the Tibetan Dam, which will be the largest dam in the world by 3x. Which will have enough energy to power 330 million households per year. Plus they're investing in fusion energy, plus they're investing in renewables, plus they're investing in like 4th generation nuclear fission. They're going to cook us.
They're the smartest, but I told them that what I want you to do is build your electric generating plant right next to your plant as a separate building connected. And they said, wow, you're kidding. And I said, no, I'm not kidding. You don't have to hook into the grid, which is old and, you know, could be taken out. If it's taken out, they wouldn't have any way to get any electricity. So we are going to allow them to go on a very rapid basis to build their plant, build the electric generating plant. They can fuel it with anything they want, and they may have coal as a backup, good, clean coal, you know. If there were a problem with a pipe coming in, as an example, you're going with gas, oil or gas, and a pipe gets blown up or for some reason doesn't work, there are some companies in the U.S. that have coal sitting right by the plant so that if there's a, because they're the smartest.
President Xi, I am ready. Please give me a glorious J-20 multi-role stealth fighter to shoot down the capitalist decadent F-35 fighter jet. I am ready. I am ready. Chinese artificial sun sets milestone record toward fusion power generation.
The people's flag is deepest red, it shrouded off our martyred dead. And ere the limbs grew stiff and cold, their heart's blood died in every fold. Then raised the scarlet standard high, beneath its folds we'll live and die. Though cowards flinch and traitors sneer, we'll keep the red flag flying here. It waved above our infant nights when all our heads seemed dark as night. It witnessed many a deed and vow, we mustn't change its colour now. Raise the scarlet standard high, beneath its folds we'll live and die. Though cowards flinch and traitors sneer, we'll keep the red flag flying here.
It well recalls the triumphs past, it gives the hope of peace at last. The banner bright, the symbol plain of human rights and human gain.
Raise the scarlet standard high, beneath its folds we'll live or die. Though cowards flinch and traitors sneer, we'll keep the red flag flying here.
All I can say, chat, is China is investing in fusion energy. The United States is trying to build coal-fired power plants next to our AI chatbots. I mean, what can you even say? Like, what can you even say? Like, this is all I'm thinking. This was the party. This was the 100th anniversary of the Chinese Communist Party. In case you're wondering what this was, they did like a 3-hour like musical. China to launch 1 kilometer wide solar farm into space. Yeah, I heard about this. They want to do like, this actually goes back to a technology that I first heard about in like SimCity 2000, right? Yeah, they called it the microwave power plant. The microwave power plant is an advanced power plant in SimCity 2000 and SimCity 3000. In its appearances, the plant takes on the form of a giant receiver dish and operates by receiving microwaves beamed down by orbiting satellites that collect solar energy in space. The plant produces slightly less power than a nuclear power plant, but without the risk of a catastrophic meltdown. However, there is a risk, albeit a rare one, that the microwave beam will miss the dish and start a small fire near the plant. So it looks like China is considering this, which is you put like a solar plant in space, and because it's in space, it can continue to receive solar energy. If you get into kind of a, I guess, what would that be? Would that be geostationary? Like, would a geostationary satellite remain in the sun 24/7, 365? Or wouldn't there be like shadows from like the moon and shit that occasionally happen? Or, I mean, it feels like it would be like they could orbit lock. They could get like, I'm sure there's a way you can do it. Like keep something that's around the Earth in continuous contact with the sun. Asmanoff wrote about this technology in 1950. It would be positioned in geostationary orbit, meaning it has an orbit time equivalent to the Earth's rotational period and always remains at the same point above the Earth's surface. While revealing plans for the structure, Chinese aerospace engineer Long Lihao referred to it as another 3 gorgeous dam project above the Earth. The 1 kilometer wide solar array is expected to harvest as much energy in a year as the total quantity of oil that could be extracted from the Earth. The energy is planned to be transmitted to the ground using microwaves. Now, I don't know, we'll see if this sounds like, a little bit of sci-fi, but we'll see. Like, whether or not this actually happens, that's at least people are fantasizing about a better world. As opposed to our world, which is, yeah, we're gonna, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna put coal-fired power plants right next to the data centers so they can calculate AI and crypto. And we're gonna make sure that our carbon dioxide levels get so high that you can't even breathe without an oxygen tank. Think about all the jobs that'll create in the oxygen tank industry. The air won't be free anymore, which is kind of socialist if you think about it.
Personally, when I think about the emissions generated by like a single grok image made for funsies, the value of what we are creating with AI, we don't get to decide, like the societal value of it. Everybody gets to use it the way they want to use it, and it is incredibly energy intensive and therefore quite emissions driving, and that's uncomfortable.
And listen, folks, we've been touching on some pretty heavy shit. Global conflict, antitrust laws, sacrificing the planet so I can slap a photorealistic penis in the middle of Dennis Quaid's forehead. But none of these concerns will even matter until somebody figures out how to turn all this into...
Will ChatGPT even do that? Like, if you say put a wiener on Dennis Quaid, will it even do that? I doubt it would. It would be like, sorry, that's porn. It would be like, sorry, that's porn.
Investment in Nvidia technology into AI products that people actually want.
What is the killer app? What has changed about most people's lives from ChatGPT?
E2? Okay, that makes sense.
What has changed? And the answer is really not much other than boiling oceans to generate bad images.
Hold up. You just made Dennis Quaid flaccid. Not cool. Ed Zitron is an author, newsletter writer, and AI skeptic.
The funny thing is, like, that was made by an artist.
One of his main arguments is that for all of the money we've seen pouring into artificial intelligence, and for as high as Nvidia's valuation has gone, we haven't actually seen anyone turn AI into a really good, ubiquitous product.
Oh, you fucking idiot. You think that capitalism should deliver things in the real world for humans to use? Don't you realize it's just speculators who have billions of dollars moving stupid paper back and forth? You think capitalism is supposed to make human beings' lives better? You fucking idiot. You dumbass.
It's people saying, AI chip come from Nvidia, Nvidia go boom, money, money. And you can run a stock market pretty high on that, but that's an entire narrative-based run. Like, Nvidia is selling real things and these exist and they're getting money for it, but how much of that is fueled by hype? I would say almost all of it.
Now, to heat check sad English me for a second, is anyone else out there this down on big AI's go-to-market plan? Well, some pretty smart folks think AI isn't going to be as huge a part of the economy as big tech thinks it will be. Meanwhile, we are running out of data to train stuff like ChatGPT, and reports from inside OpenAI indicate that there
Have any of these AI companies said, like, we're going to go scan every book in the Library of Congress? We're going to go and like do, and we're going to provide that data. It's free to the world. Or we're going to like actually, they just want the laziest, easiest data.
Struggling to make the next version better than the current one. Even goddamn Google.
How about going and like scanning all the old film? Like, how many films have been lost? You know what I mean? There's like a lot of film out there that is just sitting in vaults of the studios, is not available on streaming sites. Like, there's so much like content and so much for like human creative work that is just rotting somewhere. And these fucking assholes never try to recover anything. They're scum. They really are scum.
Google says fattening up your data center with more Nvidia chips just ain't advancing AI like it used to. And Ed here argues that once we see the limits of AI more clearly, the big boys who've been driving these chip purchases will stop reaching for the checkbook.
They're all following each other. So at some point, investors are going to start saying, this doesn't seem to be making money. In fact, they seem to be losing money. Once one of them slows ordering, everything falls down, and there really is not a backup plan there at this scale. Not saying that Nvidia will disappear, that's not true, and anyone suggesting otherwise is very silly. However, Nvidia's in a weird spot right now. I would start worrying. I mean, I'm perpetually worrying, but that's just being British.
Indeed, maybe Ed is just being British. So let me say it plain like an American. Nvidia is rich as balls. They've gotten this rich because they think AI is going to be the future of basically everything, and the rest of big tech is following their lead. And because of how rich and powerful Nvidia now is, the idea that all of the resources we're pouring into this will give us back a productive AI-centric future has become a narrative we're all just kind of accepting. But Nvidia's bet on AI is still just that, a bet.
Was this a good idea? Not even from a like AI taking over the world perspective, but from a like, should we have made these really big expensive data centers that are now sunk cost, essentially? Like, should we have done this? Was this what we needed to do to bring about the next era of human?
What they're gonna do is they're gonna get the federal government to pay for it by saying China's gonna beat us in AI. Oh God, we gotta beat China. They're just gonna create infinite hype cycles of getting grifts from the U.S. government.
Productivity. I mean, the people I speak to every day are 100% sold. The gulf between true believers and those who think we're making a massive mistake. There are really smart people on both sides.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Emma. So the next time you see Jensen talking up a big game on stage in that old leather jacket, or the next time Nvidia's market cap becomes the highest in the world, just remember, everyone's gambling. Some people are just doing it with a lot more chips. For Good Work, I'm Dan Toomey.
And in other news, serial journophile Dan Toomey has been apprehended by authorities after his use of AI software to generate an image of Dennis Quaid with an erect penis on his forehead emitted thousands of kilotons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, desecrating 38 miles of tropical rainforest in Papua New Guinea. Officials say it took Toomey upwards of 300 times to generate the image on Grok so he could, quote, get the shaft how I wanted it. Mr. Toomey faces 48 years in federal prison, although in response, Dennis Quaid's lawyers said, we're only happy if he gets life.
Everything's stupid. Everything is dumb as fuck.
OpenAI, Oracle, and SoftBank just announced a massive deal with President Trump called Project Stargate. Despite the name, unfortunately, this has This has nothing to do with intergalactic wormhole infrastructure. Their plan is to invest a staggering $500 billion in the United States to build the largest data centers the world has ever seen, for the sole purpose of churning out AI slop. To put this number in perspective, the US annual defense budget is $850 billion, but that pays for aircraft carriers, fighter jets, and space lasers. But there was someone who didn't get picked for the Stargate team, and he's feeling really bummed out right now. His name is Elon, and everyone seems to forget that he has an AI company too. He claims that SoftBank doesn't actually have the money.
Just so you understand, I think China only spent like $300 billion to get like 30,000 miles of high-speed rail. I'm looking it up now. Maybe it's more than I think. Okay, it was $870 billion for 30,000 miles of high-speed rail. So what that means is crisscrossing America 10 times. So for this amount of money, we could have high-speed rail. I mean, you really need 3 or 4 bands of rail. And you could have a globally, like a nationally interconnected high-speed rail grid. It's actually batshit crazy how much money this is.
Secured, and says the whole Stargate thing is fake. Sam Altman then came in with a famous high road clapback where he compliments Elon but says he's wrong and then invites him to come visit the project that's already underway. Then Sadia jumps in to back up Altman, saying he's good for his 80 billion.
I'm good for my 80 billion.
In today's video, we'll find out what the Stargate project really is and why you should be excited, but also terrified. It is January 23rd.
It's not gonna. It's this. This is dumb as fuck. This is insane. Like, what, you? Oh my god. This is. Why is our country so fucking stupid and worthless? Another $1 trillion boondoggle. We've got millions of people on the fucking streets. I can't walk. You know the last time my street, like sidewalk got washed in my city? Like, it's got filth from 20 years ago on it. Like, what are we doing? There's so much just litter and trash blowing around. This country is a shithole. An actual shithole. So I was walking around recently and I saw a bunch of people had like little food carts and, you know, like tents set up on the sidewalk, you know, selling street food. I love street food, nothing against it. Entrepreneurs, hard workers. It's a very difficult job, low margins, lots of competition. And then I walked by, I think 3 or 4 straight like commercial spaces that were completely vacant and looked like they'd been vacant for at least 5 years. And I was like, is there no way to connect these popular fucking street food vendors with, like, I don't know, for example, a fucking kitchen with a refrigerator indoors instead of them trying to cool things in fucking coolers with ice? Maybe have a little bit less, I don't know, food poisoning? Maybe collect a tax or 2? It's like you see all this vacant commercial infrastructure. You see all these like street fucking like, you know, food trucks and people with tents on the side of the, and it's like, what is fucking going on here? Why do people accept the status quo of just totally vacant, unused commercial property, street level, right next to people trying to like start business? It's like, what are we doing here? What the fuck are we doing here? The landlord needs to be able to make $30,000 a month on rent. So, or nobody can use this land. It just sits there vacant for a decade. The capitalist development of this country is a fucking shithole. It does not work. It blatantly doesn't work. And it's just so disgusting, man. And I don't get it why people like this shit. I don't get it. How people, and the other thing is, like, when you point out, and you know, I'm not pulling a TYT here at all. What I'm saying is from a position of empathy. I don't understand why people think it's a good idea that we just have people literally laying down on the street, living in piles of trash. Why they think this is a good thing for humanity, that this is accepted as normal and okay, and we don't provide these people with housing as a human right and mental health care if they need it. It's an insane situation. I wouldn't want that guy to get anything for free, so I want my neighborhood to be full of rats that are running through the trash that's dumped everywhere. That's better, because God forbid somebody got help.
I want to thank all of you. I won't repeat all the thanks.
Oh, yeah. Maybe we can watch that today. Fuck it.
2025, and you're watching The Code Report. Project Stargate is an AI infrastructure project where the goal is to invest $500 billion in...
Because the city planning, permitting, and rent-seeking behavior of the landlords dictates that nothing can be built to actually address the needs of the greater public. It's literally the monorail episode of The Simpsons when it comes to modern-day American urbanism. Why don't they, like, why doesn't Los Angeles do what places like Beijing or Singapore have done and create, like, fixed street food, like, clearinghouses, like in every couple blocks or every few or every neighborhood, where it's just like super low entry, the city sets up these like communally owned spaces with refrigerators and cooking surfaces, and like people could come in and set up their street food and create kind of like a highly concentrated place for people to set up that could be health inspected, where like, why isn't this something that you can get in really cheap and quickly? It's got to be way cheaper than people try to buy a food truck. Like, a food truck has a huge capital expense. How is this not a thing
in the United States to build
data
centers?
Use some of this worthless, empty commercial property, seize it by the city, and do that. And then, collect a daily fee or whatever and pay back the expense. Pay back the city.
Now, this project is not actually funded by taxpayers.
Established restaurants are big players in local politics. That's why. Okay, I need to compare Mike from PA and Hassan Hassanabi Piker. Let me start by recalling what I know about the stream. First, Mike from PA. I think he's a Twitch streamer known for political commentary. He's alias the Central Committee, which might hint at a leftist or Marxist perspective, maybe. I remember hearing he's critical of mainstream media and Democrats from a left-wing angle. He might focus on class issues, socialism, and anti-capitalism. Hassanabi is a bigger name, more mainstream. He's a political commentator too, but also covers a lot of pop culture. His background is in media. He worked at the Young Turks. He's progressive, supports Bernie Sanders, AOC. His content is more varied, including reacting to news, debates, and maybe some gaming. He's very vocal about social justice, anti-racism, LGBTQ rights. Mike might be more strictly Marxist, emphasizing class struggle and anti-capitalist rhetoric. Assad is progressive, but maybe more with the democratic socialist framework, aligning with figures like Sanders. So Mike could be further left, more critical of liberal policies as insufficient. Content style. Hassan interacts a lot with chat, uses memes, has more energetic persona. Mike's streams might be more analytical, deep dives into theory, less about entertainment. Mike's production could be simpler, while Hassan has high production quality, overlays, etc. Hassan's audience is broader, including younger people interested in politics and pop cultures. Mike's audience might be niche, leftist, looking for in-depth theory discussions. This isn't... I'm caught. Chinese AI caught. Chinese AI caught, especially about the part of me being more left, especially the part about me being more left and Hassan being more of an AOC simp. That's definitely true. Right as I watch a video with AOC. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna lose my mind when I watch that Jon Stewart AOC video. I'm not gonna lie.
But instead will come from investors secured by the Japanese bank, SoftBank. Masayoshi Son is the money guy, Sam Altman is the gadgets guy, and Larry Ellison is the muscle. These data center facilities will require tons of energy, and Trump is the gas man who will get that done by using executive orders to divert power to get these things built, which they claim will create 100,000 new jobs, which will then be eliminated by AI when they finish building this thing. On the bright side, this project could make AI cheaper and more accessible, and they're really hyping up its medical benefits, where Larry Ellison said it will enable personalized medicine for everyone, and that it should be able to develop customized mRNA vaccines to cure cancer. Ellison is most well known as a champion sailor, but he also
this is just Elon Muskian level brainless hype.
One of the richest men in the world by creating the first commercial SQL database. He also owns my favorite programming language, Java, and is fighting a legal battle with Dino to maintain control of the JavaScript trademark. But he also has a dystopian vision for society where everything is monitored by AI to keep citizens on their best behavior.
Citizens will be on their best behavior, because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on, and we're using AI to monitor the video.
This vision,
guys, where do you think he got his start? Where do you guys think his first job was out of college? What do you think? If you had to guess. If you had to guess. During the 70s, after a brief stint at the Amdahl Corporation, Ellison began working for Ampex Corporation. His first project included a database for the CIA, codenamed Oracle. A database for the CIA, codenamed Oracle.
will become a reality in the very near future. Stargate currently has 10 data centers under construction in Abilene, Texas, and is expanding to more states soon. And what's interesting is that the
Be
government...
scared of Chinese AI, guys, and Chinese shit. There's no evidence of any threat whatsoever from the Chinese government to you. None whatsoever. None. And I think that's part of why people talk of shit about China, is because there isn't a threat. Because they're too nice. If they were actually a little bit scared of China, they might keep their voice down.
Government used to have a different Stargate project back in the 70s, which was a top secret CIA project to explore the possibility of psychic warfare. These names are no accident. Oracle sees the future, as Stargate is a portal to other dimensions, and OpenAI is the one who gets to open the portal. The timing is perfect because after years of saying OpenAI would definitely never go for profit, OpenAI just laid out plans to go for profit and give Sam Altman equity to make him billions of dollars richer. And that's surprising because he told Congress in 2023 he was doing it because he loves it.
Make a lot of money, do you? I'm doing this because I love it.
Elon is seething right now because he's about to release Grok 3, which is a reasoning model like DeepSeek or O1, and based on this one biased example, could be superior to those models. Now, I might get in trouble with my Illuminati handler for telling you this, but all this drama and beefing is scripted and fake. Elon and Altman are bros who started OpenAI together. Ellison helped Elon buy Twitter. They're all connected to the PayPal mafia and Peter Thiel, whose protege JD Vance just became the vice president. He'll take over as president in 2027, but is actually controlled by reptilians who have been alive since the Roman times. All roads lead to Rome, and that's why Elon did this autistic Roman salute recently, to mark the beginning of the tech bro dynasty that will reign supreme for the next 500 years. This has been the Code Report. I'm not suicidal. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one.
I'm not suicidal. That was pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. Good finish. I think one of the things that I'm struggling with is that everyone is stupid and is causing me psychic damage. I don't mean like you guys or like all the people are stupid. I mean our leaders are so stupid and evil that it's causing me like brain damage. Like it's like I have to put my head, I have to like do this to like soothe myself. You know what I mean? Like I'm like lowering the pressure in my head or something. Like there's some like physiological response that's happening. They're that evil and stupid. It's like being on Destiny's like Discord channel with the 20 streamers he's gonna expose. My favorite part of that is like Destiny's like, if I become a sex offender, I'm going to reveal all the sex offenders I know about and have been covering up for. It's like, you should have done that before. You shouldn't have covered that up. Like, CIA weapon succeeded in weaponizing psychic abilities. I don't think so. My favorite nickname for him so far is Sex Pestiny. For me, it's Epsteiny. He's Epsteiny. He is Twitch's Epstein, like Epstein. Like that's the Harvey Weinstein of Twitch. Whatever. It's all that. Epsteiny. This is the stupidest day in American history, a record that will be broken by every subsequent day in American history. God damn it. Matthew Crispin. That's Inauguration Day 2017. The worst part of Joe Biden winning in 2020 is that if he had lost to Donald Trump, then Donald Trump's presidency would be over. And we wouldn't have to listen to Donald Trump anymore. Like, we would have already been through it. You know what I mean? Like, but thank God we got 4 years of Joe Biden. Don't you guys feel so much better that you're 4 years older than you otherwise would have been? Mike Pence would have been the VP again. I think Joe Biden losing would have been good. It would have discredited centrists. It would have been two back-to-back centrists failing. Like, Donald Trump would not have been as in control of the Republican Party as he is today. Like, I think 4 more years of Donald Trump, like, making the Republican Party his bitch has actually made it his second term much more dangerous than it would have been in 2020. Can you explain why Obama losing would have been good? I didn't say that. I think Obama was a terrible president, but I don't know.
Chinese government pays the tariff.
Who pays the tariffs?
The Chinese government pays the tariff.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
I'm an importer and exporter for 20 years. When a product comes into the U.S., there's something called a tariff sheet.
Okay.
I, as the buyer of that product, follow U.S. law and pay the tariff. I'm an American citizen, I'm an American taxpayer. I pay that tariff to the US government, and that increase in the cost I then sell to you for a higher price because I've got to cover that tariff.
Then what about,
there is
then
no,
what do you say our tariffs are higher when they go overseas as opposed to theirs coming here?
Tariffs are never a zero-sum game. Tariffs are a tool. For example,
Okay.
you might say, you want to sell us your beans.
Yeah.
We are going to give you a low tariff if you buy our corn. But the cost of the tariff is ultimately always borne by the consumer.
Don't you think at the end of the day there may be more competition within the market of the U.S. government?
And you're confusing the question. This is not a question of competition. The point we're discussing is who bears the cost of the tariff.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you if it's good policy for the U.S. government to tax beans and for the Chinese government to tariff corn. But what I can absolutely assure you is that a product that comes into the U.S. is paid for by a U.S. company, and the increased cost of that is borne by all of us. I am an importer and exporter. I do it for a living.
Okay. Then what's the alternative if at one point in our country's history was tariffs that paid for our economy?
Tariffs don't pay for your economy.
But they did. We didn't have income taxes before.
That was before we had municipal infrastructure.
Correct. My understanding is that the tariff is lopsided to benefit other countries as opposed to ours. The suggestion is just to bring it up to make it equal.
That's why you have free trade agreements, right?
Right.
But it doesn't mean that even within the free trade agreement, there are not tariffs. If there's one thing you should take away from this extended conversation is you are always paying the tariff.
You know what? I'm not educated in that. Fair enough.
Yes.
It's a pleasure.
This is guy. Okay, a couple things here. This is also, and I'm going to blow your minds. A stupid conversation for babies. There I said it. This is also a very stupid conversation for babies. All right, this is what liberals. This is the content that liberals love. This is Mike from PA being Mike from PA. Strap in. This is why you're here. This is dumbass shit. This content sucks. Sorry. This content is dog shit. And I'll tell you why. I'll explain to you why. Because this guy's an idiot. He didn't know how tariffs worked. Okay. But that has no bearing on whether tariffs as a policy are always bad. Just because this guy's a dummy and he doesn't understand how tariffs work doesn't mean that tariffs are necessarily a bad strategy or a bad policy. And by the way, a tariff in and of itself, the markets and the economy are dynamic. All right? And so let's say, for example, that a domestic producer of a product could produce it at $110 per bushel, but a foreign producer could produce it at $100 per bushel. What happens is, as that economy churns and profit is made, investment is made more and more and more in the place where it's $100 per bushel, and through economies of scale, right? The cost per bushel might actually decrease. And so as the economy churns, the foreign producer becomes more efficient, more developed, right? And it starts producing it at a lower and lower rate. Let's say you throw on a 20% tariff. Now it costs $120 to make it overseas, and it makes it $110 domestically. Well, then people start shifting their consumption to the domestic producer. The domestic producer is now making profit. The domestic producer is start investing. The fact that there is not a transportation expense. There isn't externalities from transportation. Do you think producing in China and then shipping to fucking Pennsylvania is instantaneous and free? No, you have to put out a tremendous amount of transportation cost. You have to put out a tremendous amount of energy moving the product from point A to point B. You're not including the externalities of all that transport cost, whether it's increased congestion, whether it is CO2 emissions, whether it is, bottlenecking logistics. Like the fact that you're transporting shit all the way the fuck across the world causes other knock-on externalities and knock-on effects. Whereas if you bought that product produced locally because of the 20% tariff, and then you clear out that congestion of the logistics connections to a more higher value transport. You remove all that lost CO2, all that CO2 and transportation usage out of the economy, and it gets redirected. And what ends up happening is over time, domestic investment in that industry causes it to, by economies of scale, by network effects, by you get more skilled workers in that industry, and then before you know it, now it's at $100 per bushel, just like the foreign exporter used to be, or the foreign importer used to be. Except now you have a bunch of workers that are domestically producing it. The economy, the product has now increased the GDP permanently of that country. There's no longer a trade deficit, meaning they're not putting our currency out of our economy requiring the foreign profit maker to come back to our country and buy assets with the money. So instead, people who live in America are the people with the money who buy the assets to live in America, as opposed to sending trillions of dollars to China, and then they come to America and buy up, you know, real estate or something. So the tariffs are just one step of a dynamic economy that changes over time and incentivizes things. And this is why every single rich country in the entire world has always had protectionist tariffs on domestic infant industries. This is every rich country, whether it's South Korea, whether it's China, whether it's the United States itself, did exactly what I'm saying. So the idea that tariff bad because price go up right now is a dumb fuck take. There, I just said it. You are not a neoliberal. You are not a free marketeer. Stop repeating their dumbass bullshit globalist talking points as if they make sense. They're wrong. And, you know, China, you know, the reason why they took advantage of foreign investment to develop their country. But you know what they didn't do? They didn't lose control. They said, you're going to invest in China, we're going to benefit from that investment. We're not going to let you just make profit and run away with it. We want intellectual property. We want training. We want infrastructural investment. We want taxes. We want ownership. It's not wrong to point that out. It's not wrong to say, hey, they offshored all those jobs to get rid of American workers, and it's made large swaths of this country worse off.
It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
But people just want to go, Trump support tariff bad. I'm a leftist. And it's embarrassing. Doesn't this only account for binaries? This doesn't account for other low-cost labor countries that the factories and manufacture could be moved to. What are you trying to ask me? Wait, is globalism bad? I'm not even joking. I've never heard criticism of globalism before, except for the obvious that it's a lie to exploit the third world, take away our unions. But that's not a lie. That's obviously the case. By the way, American capitalists work. If a tariff is placed on a foreign competitor, wouldn't the domestic producer just artificially raise the price to increase their profit without any of the follow-up investment that could be happening in theory? Well, I mean, if you just have a higher price, then you are, that's the immediate short term, right? Like, you're right that the domestic producer could do that, but if you have a perfectly competitive market, people could enter. And they would supposedly outcompete. This is the theory of capitalism. They would outcompete. But if you have barriers to entry and other things, this is why economics isn't like, we're not all orbs, right? The government can't, you know, just sit back and go, I trust things will work out.
Thanks. All the other speakers have done that.
All right, let's watch Richard Wolff.
You all should be proud.
So what I'm not saying that tariffs are necessarily the right policy in this or that thing. Like, I don't think there should be tariffs on solar panels. Why? Because I believe we're in a global climate crisis, and China has made the investments to make, you know, solar panels cheap. Then we have a global necessity to install renewable energy. We should be buying them as many solar panels as we can, as cheaply as we can. And America never really had a large, you know, unionized solar panel industry. So I would rather us spend our money saying thank you for building the cheap solar panels and blanketing our country in them.
That you're here together because it means that we are here together. And that's what everybody's going to tell you. They've already done it. I'll repeat it at the end. I take as my task here to answer some questions about what the election and the new government coming in on Monday, what it's going to be doing and why it's doing it and what we can expect. And so I want to
honestly, Chad, I'm just having fun talking about shit I want to talk about today. I'm not talking about like the dumb news or drama of the day. This is kind of a standard Central Committee stream. We talk about what I want to talk about, you know? And it is what it is, you know. I'm sure there's some like very dumb lib story I could be flogging right now, but I don't feel like it. We're gonna watch Richard Wolff.
By telling you that partly what I'm going to say is going to upset you, and so I want you to remember that I'm just the messenger. I didn't make these things happen. but
Speaking of just a messenger, I didn't make these things happen. The far-right party Reform has now pulled into the lead in the polls in the UK. They are now projected to be the largest party in the parliament, going from 5 seats to 238. Labour projected to lose 312 seats, down to 99, and the Conservative Party being the opposition at 153. The Green Party projected to have only 7 seats because, you know, first past the post. As predicted, the center-right, neoliberal, Biden-copying Starmer Party has had the fastest collapse in support in British history. Now, they don't have to run elections for like another 4.5 years, but if elections were held today, it would be the biggest defeat in the history of the center left in Britain, going back to like the fucking Whigs. How do I feel about having the lunatic in charge of the NIH? We're fucked. We're fucked. Neoliberal centrism has led to the rise of the far right, and the United States of America is perilously close to outright failure. I think one of the things that I kind of find interesting is a lot of liberals and even leftists kind of seem like they don't believe that leftism is like analysis is correct. If the Republicans pursue right-wing policy, you understand that the United States is going to be worse off, right? And less powerful, right? And it's going to suck more, right? Like cutting taxes on the rich is not going to cause like a good economic system, like a good economy. It's going to cause asset bubbles. It's going to cause, you know, there's going to be some sort of crash. Like things are going to get worse. It's going to be bad. Like it's, you know, people are going to be able to see that these things suck. They're hardening the contradictions. And so your job is to prepare for the opportunities that lie ahead. People's comfort from their paychecks, well, that's what's going to be at risk. Do you think that increasing the fragility of our economic system by reducing government spending and reducing regulation is going to make your jobs more secure or less secure?
I do want to honestly tell you, if you would like a much more comfortable version of this, then just turn on your television or radio whenever you have a free moment on the toilet and you can hear the make-believe. Because we live now in a weird time, weirder and in different ways from what we were used to. This country is, as Dr. Leon, I keep wanting to call him Wilmer because we've gotten to be friends, but yeah, as he pointed out, we live in a time of decline. And then when an empire declines, which is something we haven't gone through because empires don't decline very often. So, but let me tell you from the history books, a little bit we can tell, it's not fun to be in a declining empire. Much more fun when the empire is going up, which was the last century or a century and a half of this country, the ride up. We are now on the ride down. We haven't been prepared because we have leaders who cannot say a word about that. I want to just drive that home because the split in this country is really about that. So let me start with the split in the obvious way. This Monday, we are having a national celebration of 2 key events. One that you hear about every day, all day, the inauguration of a new president. It's also the anniversary of the assassination of Martin Luther King. Same day. Wow, how different one celebration from the other. Who's celebrating what? You might say, and you wouldn't be far wrong, that those celebrating Mr. Trump
are celebrating the
probably
assassination.
also celebrating the assassination of Mr. King.
Yeah.
And those that are mourning one are likely also mourning the other one of those 2 events. But it's a country split between those on the one side of that and those on the other. And that split is everywhere now. And if you haven't noticed it yet, you will, because it's going to impact your life in all kinds of ways. So one of them to start, is a little bit about what a declining empire means, just to give you the context. The United States lost the war in Vietnam. When I say that in my classes, my students look at me, they've never heard such a thought. America, as they know from the comic books they read as children, only wins wars. It doesn't lose wars, but we lost. The war was fought against the Communist Party of North Vietnam, which has been running that country since the United States was driven out in 1975. Go check all of this. You will find I'm not making it up. After we lost the war in Vietnam, we went and had a big war in Afghanistan, which we also lost. That war was against the Taliban, which now runs that country, which is a good sign that you lost. We lost the war in Iraq. We are in the process of losing the war in Ukraine. The split in the country is, if I were in certain audiences, I wouldn't dare say what I just said, because they couldn't hear it. They could not hear it, and I wouldn't be able.
Just so you understand what he's saying, this is the ambassador to South Vietnam.
Personally, I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed that the United States of America is being humiliated and is leaving an area that we had come to defend, and we've been defeated.
That is the South Vietnamese ambassador describing fleeing Saigon in 1975 in front of the advancing North Vietnamese military as the South Vietnamese government collapsed without American intervention.
Able to get anything else across, so I couldn't start that way. I'm a teacher. I'm not going to try to lose my audience before I begin. But it is the reality. Let me give you a couple of more, just bits of getting what decline means. Last week, something happened on the part of a country called Indonesia. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's a remarkable country in Asia, made up of 18,000 islands in the Pacific. It's a huge country. The population of Indonesia is 280 million people. Makes it one of the largest countries in the world. Let me remind you, the population of the United States is 330 million. 280 isn't that far less than 330. It's an enormous thing. What they did, they joined the BRICS. They joined a full partner of the BRICS. BRICS, by the way, means it's the first letters of the countries Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. A dozen years ago, they began to form an alliance of what came to be called the Global South, to be independent, relatively, from the domination of the United States. And the core economy there, the biggest one, the most powerful, is, I'm sorry to tell you this, I know it'll come as an upset, the People's Republic of China. Remember, I'm the messenger. I have no responsibility for this at all. China and the BRICS, Indonesia joined them. Together now, the BRICS, built around China, have as the population of the countries that are part of the BRICS, about 22 countries now altogether. They have about 55 to 60% of the population of the world are members. What is the percentage of the world's population of the United States? 4.5%. You understand? We are 4.5%. They are 50 to 60%. In the words of, Mickey Mouse, those odds are not so good, no matter how you cut it. And as a group, let me tell you how you cut it. We in economics have this little game. We ask, what is the total output in goods and services in a year of a country? Gives us a kind of rough idea of how big a country it is, how important its footprint is in the world. Okay, so if you take the BRICS together now, they are about 35%, maybe a bit more. Total output of the world. If you add up each of those countries' total output in a year, and you add them up, they account for 36%, more or less, of the world's output. Now let's compare that to the United States and its major allies. Those are called the G7, the group of seven. The United States, Japan, Canada, Britain, France, Italy, and Spain. And Britain, excuse me. Okay.
Nah, I hate this motherfucker. He's only building onto an understanding of history that a conflict between the United States and China is inevitable for the U.S. If you know Professor Wolff, you know that he would be against it. He would be against such a conflict. But he's just analyzing the reality that the U.S. is being supplanted by China, and that the theory of and that the United States and its imperialist running dogs are not going to give it up without being forcibly supplanted. And it is the United States that is aggressing on China. It is the United States that's building bases right off the coast of China. It isn't China building bases right off the coast of the United States. It is the United States that's trying to deny China development, not China trying to deny the United States development. The U.S. is aggressive towards China because they see China as a legitimate threat to their power.
Used to be the dominant player of the world. That used to be what world trade meant, what they did. Together that's all of them, now account for about 28% of the world's output. Do you understand? The BRICS is now what the United States was, but is no more. Now, if you're looking to where the wealth is, you go east, not west. If you're a poor third world country, as we used to call them, and you need money for a build railroad, or you need to find places to sell your exports, you direct your diplomats first to go to Beijing, because that's where it's at. If you can't get a good deal there, well, you might go to London or Washington. But whatever you are doing, you're going to play them against each other. You're going to say to the Americans, oh, that's the best you offer? Let's go to the other place, see what they offer. You want to know why most of the railroads being built in Africa today are being built by the Chinese? There's your answer. They got a better deal. Everything is changing because of this, except here, where the make-believe is the way this country is dealing with this. Denial. We ought to ask Dr. Fra to help us with the understanding psychologically. We all know it from our personal lives, right? When we've lost a friend or a lover, and we had to wait until all our friends told us what we couldn't face ourselves. Well, we are the friends in this country who are being unable to vent. That's why what Indonesia did last week is something I'm not going to ask how many of you noticed it, because nobody will raise their hand. How could you? Make-believe made sure that that was not on the newspaper's front page, or in most newspapers on any page, ever. How many of you know that the Chinese are now the fast-growing dominant economy in the world? We're not. We haven't been for a while. Every major high-tech firm in this country has an analog in China. When we heard earlier that there was an offer by China and by Russia to work with the United States earlier, which the United States turned down, that's part of denial. They didn't just turn it down then, they turned it down now. One more example, and then I'll stop and tell you what this all means. 15 years ago, every automobile company on this planet went to work trying to develop what they understood was the next wave in that business, which was putting aside the gasoline-powered car and substituting an electric-operated car or truck.
Now we know that electric cars and trucks can do pretty much almost everything your standard internal combustion engine truck or car can do. And have we moved beyond internal combustion engines? No. On the contrary, the conservatives have developed a culture where they try to call it gay. And Donald Trump is basically trying to incentivize people to buy gasoline vehicles. The technology is inferior in every way, except in certain niche purposes, than an electric vehicle. And hybrid vehicles are superior in every way to internal combustion engine vehicles. And yet, what is happening? I need you to roll coal.
By the way, not a rational response, because it's terribly wasteful to have that vehicle, which those of you who have it notice, sits on the street or in the garage most of its life. That's kind of, let's use a fundamental word, stupid. It's stupid. It's a waste of resources. That car could serve 20 people each day if it were managed properly. What do I mean managed properly? Well, like a car rental business, that's how they would manage that. Or those bicycles we can now just take off the rack and put back on. That's a rational way. If you want to avoid killing people, which private cars do, if you want to avoid air pollution, cars are the major cause of it, and on and on. Rational would be to go from the private car to a mass transit efficient system. a beautiful train every 5 minutes, a beautiful bus, even more beautiful every 3 minutes, everywhere. That's it. Infinitely cheaper, much more efficient.
He's
and none
right.
of you have to worry about it because wherever it's parked in the central lots, which we call car rental centers, there would be paid mechanics who make sure they're in proper condition. So the car would be in better shape, better cared for. The whole thing is nuts. And who is the person who invented this crazy
I mean, and he's right. Like, most of the time, cars, like, I own one car and it sits idle 95% of the time. It sits in a parking space idle 95% of the fucking time until VO needs eggs. Yeah, true.
Solution to the fuel burning car? That genius who did this terrible thing, Elon Musk. That's what he did. He found a way that automobile companies could make a profit by taking us out of gas cars into electric cars. So 15 years ago, all the car companies said, hooray, here's how we hold on to our profits by making these private cars for everybody. And they all went to work to compete. And there was a winner. As of 3 years ago, one company figured out how to make the best quality electric cars and trucks and at the lowest price, which is what competition is supposed to result. And I'm sure you all know the name of this company. It's the BYD Corporation. Let me do that again. B as in boy, Y as in yellow, D as in dog, BYD. Now, your faces give you away. You never heard of this place or this thing. What is it?
Isn't it better for you not to drive your car as much as possible? I thought you want to keep miles low on Lambos for a better chance to resell. I'm gonna reach through my monitor and choke you. Like I'm going to develop the psychic energy to like go in Minecraft.
What did I just tell you? They won the competition for the entire new wave of cars and trucks moving across this planet every day by the millions. And you never heard of them. Why? Because they move everywhere except here. If you go to Europe right now, you'll see them all over the roads. BYD, and by the way, there's several Chinese car companies. They're not the only one. They're just the ones who did it best. Why don't you see them? Because we have a tariff started by Mr. Trump, raised by Mr. Biden. The tariff on the Chinese electric vehicles is 100%. So let me explain quickly what that means. The Chinese produce this wonderful thing, this electric vehicle, and let's take a simple number. $30,000 is what they cost for the car. You're an American. You need, therefore, to come up with $30,000 if, for example, you're a company that uses electric trucks to do part of your business. It's an input. You'd have to come up with $30,000 to get the truck. And then you'd have to pay 100%. Another $30,000 will go into Uncle Sam, who put the tariff. Tariff is just a word for a tax. It's a word for a tax on an imported good or a service, something that produced out of the country but brought in here for sale. That's what an import is, and tariff is the name of the tax you put on imports. We have been putting taxes on imports as a nation from the beginning. Although throughout the history, there's nothing new, but it's 100%, which means an American would have to buy that truck by giving China 30 grand for the truck, and Uncle Sam another 30 grand, and so with 60 grand, you get the truck. But of course, no one does that. Why? Because Ford and General Motors and Tesla will sell you an electric car or truck for a mere 40 grand or 50 grand or something like that. So who's helped by this? Ford and General Motors, they wouldn't be able to sell their crappy cars otherwise. None of us buy a $40,000 or $50,000 electric car if we're going to do that and give BYD $30,000 for a better car rather than $40,000 or $50,000 to General Motors, however patriotic we might feel. And you know who knows it? Ford and General Motors. So they went to the president and they said, put that tariff there. It'll protect us. Of course, they didn't say our profits, which is the truth. It'll protect jobs. Whenever you hear a capitalist tell you about what they're doing to protect jobs, hold on to your wallet. Someone's reaching. Why is it false? Because this is a terrible act for most American producers. Think of yourself as a maker of shirts or of chairs or of software programs. You would like to buy the trucks you need to bring in your inputs, to sell and distribute your outputs. You're going to have to buy electric trucks. You'd like to buy the best one at the lowest price. Of course, you're competing with enterprises in France and in Germany and in Brazil and in Nigeria and fill in the blank. They're all buying BYD cars at 30 grand. You have to pay 40 or 50 to General Motors. You know what that means? They're going to defeat you economically. You're going to be loser. And when you lose, you're going to lay off your workers because you can't compete with the companies that can buy the biggest, the best, and the cheapest electric vehicle. Now multiply this by dozens of other commodities. China is winning. We are losing. Shh, don't tell anyone.
Honestly, don't tell anyone. Let's keep losing.
Because you live in a country which is pretending to itself that none of this is going on. It's either never discussed or we turn it around and we say, the Chinese are becoming aggressive in the world. Huh?
The idea, like, what is the evidence? By the way, the evidence of China being aggressive in the world is we want to maintain the status quo with Taiwan, and Chinese fishing boats spraying water at Philippine fishing boats, which, if you only knew the type of behaviors that American commercial fishing vessels have done over the years, you would find that to be absolutely quaint. I can't believe the Chinese fighter jets are following us in the South China Sea. Can you imagine if the Chinese Blue Water Navy was doing their sightseeing off to the coast of Miami or California or in the Gulf of Mexico? Can you imagine if Chinese surveillance planes were flying 10 miles off the coast of fucking San Diego?
They're doing what exactly we did. You know how the United States became a big, powerful country? By doing to Europe what the Chinese are doing to us. It's not new. It's not different. The only question is, why would it be surprising? What a strange behavior is going on here. Now, where is this taking us? And I have a few things, and that's all I really want to tell you. Mr. Trump is a problem. You've probably already noticed that. And one of the ways he's a problem is that he has come this far as a politician. He had a different life before. It's known as a playboy. So he went from a New York playboy to a national politician, maybe even an international politician. And he did it in one basic way. He understood, maybe it's not clear, he understood that America was in such trouble that the mass of people here were remarkably alienated from the conventional Republican and Democratic parties. They didn't feel those parties were doing much for them, which is true. That those parties weren't protecting them from a decline they couldn't quite pinpoint, but they felt, particularly over the last 30 years. Their budgets were squeezed. You might have noticed that 40 years ago, the level of household debt in this country was small. Nowadays, everybody is loaded with debt. I can add, if you're interested, that corporate debt is at a higher level than it's ever been in our country, and government debt.
Well, debt is how you create money, right? Like in fractional reserve banking, that's how you expand the money supply, because all of somebody else's debt is somebody else's deposit. So if I borrow let's say you have $100 in the bank. I, as the bank, have to keep 10% of that as a reserve. So I put $10 in my vault and I take 90% and I loan it to somebody else. And what does that person do? They take that 90%, the $90, they deposit it in my bank. So I take $9, I put that in a vault. I go make an $81 loan to someone else. They deposit that in the bank. And so you see, eventually I have expanded that money supply. That original $100 deposit has, gets done over and over and over again, expanding the total amount of money in the economy each time I do that. I think that's called the M3 money supply.
In other words, we are a country in debt on a scale we didn't imagine 10 years ago, let alone think we would have now. There's a name for companies that have been for several years so deeply in debt that they don't make enough profit, ready, to service their debt. That is, to pay the interest and the portion they have to repay. Now, we have a special name in economics for them. I kid you not, I didn't make this up. Zombie corporations, because they're dead. They're economically defunct. You know how they manage to survive when their profits aren't enough to cover their debts? They take on more debt to pay the debt they couldn't otherwise cover. Uh-oh, that makes them more zombie-ish next year than they were this year, which is what's happening. You might wonder, who lends money to all these indebted people, businesses, and government? Well, let me start with the government, because if you thought the world was crazy before, wait till you get this. The two biggest creditors of the United States government are Japan and China. Japan number one, China number two. A few years ago, it was the other way. China was number one, Japan was number two.
Ooh, Khan Academy.
Let's say for some reason you had lent the government $1,000. And so the government has given you a formally issued piece of paper that says, hey, we, the government, owe you $1,000. This is issued by the Treasury. This could be a Treasury bond. It could be a T-bill of some kind. And let's say that the Federal Reserve, the central bank, is interested in inserting money into our system. So let's say this is the Federal Reserve right over here. Federal Reserve. And so what they do is they create $1,000 of Federal Reserve notes, what we associate as paper money, and they pay it to you and they buy that Treasury. So that Treasury goes to the Federal Reserve from you. And in exchange, you get this newly created money that the Federal Reserve just created. So there you go. You have, this is $1,000. Now, what would you likely do with that $1,000? Well, it might not be safe to walk around town with your pockets bulging like that, so a lot of folks would deposit it into a bank. So let's think about what would happen to the bank's balance sheet. So you go to bank A, and I'm not going to think about what was the balance sheet, the pre-existing balance sheet for the bank, but let's just think about what happens to its assets and its liabilities when you make that deposit. A for assets, L for liabilities. If you deposit those $1,000, then your assets for the bank is going to get $1,000
of cash
reserves in reserves,
and $1,000 of
give them the money. They have
liability.
a liability to you. You should have a checkable deposit account now. So we could say checking account. So now you have a $1,000 checking account, which you would view as an asset for yourself, but it's a liability for the bank. At any time, you could come and ask for that $1,000. $1,000 checking account.
Wow,
accounting. This would be for you. Now, we've already spent several videos talking about fractional reserve lending, and there's two ways we can conceptualize it, as we've seen in those videos, but I'm going to go with the simpler version of fractional reserve lending. And so this bank says, look, we are in a world where our reserve requirement, I will do a reserve requirement, and this actually is a typical reserve requirement. The reserve requirement in this country is 10%. Which says that the bank only has to keep 10% of these cash reserves and then it can loan out the rest. And so it does that. That's its business model, or a significant part of its business model. And so what it does is, instead of having $1,000 in reserves, it keeps 10%, so it keeps $100, and it loans out the rest. And so it loans out $900. So it's loaning out now $900 to someone else, hopefully someone who is good for the money, who maybe they're going to invest it into their business, or they're going to buy a house, or whatever else. Now, once again, the bank just didn't give them the money.
That $900 becomes a $900 note, which becomes an asset, right? So against your checking account, they have $100 in reserves and $900 in a note that is returning interest. So let's say that they loan this at 5% or 10% interest, and they give you a 5%, interest on your checking account. So you make 5%, they make 5%. So they've basically taken your money, loaned it, and they sit in between you and the person that's getting the loan, and they take 5% of the interest that is being used on your money. Isn't that a nice little deal? Isn't that a cool deal? You set up a building where people come and give you their money, and then you go loan it out to somebody else, and you just get to sit there as a middleman. No, I can't help you get viewers.
Money.
The only way for you to get viewers is to have talent, and I'm not detecting any.
That person owes the bank money. They owe them $900. So we could say that in exchange for giving them that cash, they're going to have a $900 loan on their balance sheet as an asset. Now, once again, the person that they lent the money to, the loan would be a liability. They owe the money. But for the bank, that's an asset. Hey, someone owes me, the bank, $900. But then what's this person going to do? Well, once again, their pockets are going to
deposit it back in the
but they
bank.
still might not want to walk around town with $900 in their pockets. So they are likely to deposit in a bank. And they could deposit it in Bank A, or they could deposit it in another bank. Let's call it very creatively Bank B. All right. So Bank B, same exercise. I think you might see where this is going. So it's assets, it's liabilities. And so they go and they deposit this $900. So you have $900.
So what's really interesting, do you guys remember Silicon Valley Bank getting bailed out during the Biden administration? You guys remember that? Silicon Valley Bank? Well, what was happening was a lot of tech bros were depositing money in Silicon Valley Bank and then taking loans from Silicon Valley Bank and depositing it into Silicon Valley Bank. And they basically did an infinite money glitch. Silicon Valley Bank would be like, we'll loan you this money as long as you deposit it back in here. And they kept doing that. So Silicon Valley, a lot of tech companies kept, depositing into the bank and loaning. And so they were able to massively expand their balance sheet. Massively, into the billions. Well, then what happened is a lot of people started coming to Silicon Valley Bank and asking to withdraw their money. And it turned out that they didn't have it because they did maximum risk and maximum monetary expansion within the Silicon Valley Bank. And many of the Silicon Valley companies, they had way more than the $250,000 FDIC insurance that the federal government gives you. They had billions of dollars in their accounts, or hundreds of millions of dollars into their accounts. And if only $250,000 of it was insured, they would have gone bankrupt themselves because, if the bank goes up, belly up, and the accounts are only insured up to $250,000, everything above $250,000 is a loss. And that happens all the time in America. People have more than $250,000 in a bank. Bank goes belly up, they lose that extra money. But because Silicon Valley was so influential in the Biden White House, he came in and he said, we're lifting the FDIC limits and we're going to take federal government money and we're going to bail out Silicon Valley Bank. We're going to make sure that everybody's deposits are good. Even though this company did an incredibly risky procedure of maximizing the growth of their balance sheet. And these were all the biggest libertarian Trump supporters were all 2 years ago were begging at Biden's feet and they got bailed out. And what was the reward for the Democratic Party for bailing out conservative libertarians with your tax dollars? Those billions were poured into the Donald Trump campaign.
Right over there, and the corresponding liability, that person didn't give the money to the bank. The bank that person can demand that money at any point from the bank. And so you have a $900 checking account. And that person would draw upon that checking account to buy the machinery for their business or whatever else. But once again, we have a 10% reserve requirement, which says that the bank only has to keep 10% of that. And so their business model is they do only keep 10% of it, and then the rest of it they loan out. So they loan out $810. It could be a loan or it could be multiple loans altogether. And I think you see where this is going. So this is lent out to someone else. So now we have $810, which can then be deposited in another bank, Bank C. They can lend out 90% of that, and that process keeps going on and on and on and on. So an interesting question is, given this infusion of $1,000 and given this reserve requirement, how much total money has been created? Well, in other videos, we talk about the multiple measures of the money supply. When the Federal Reserve put this $1,000 of Federal Reserve notes into circulation, they increased the monetary base by $1,000. But one measure of the monetary supply is, well, what are the Federal Reserve notes, the coins, the federal and the paper money that's in circulation, plus the amount of checkable deposits? And we talk about that in other videos as M1. And so our M1 over here, what's it going to be? Well, this person has a $1,000 checking account. $1,000 checking account. They think they have $1,000 that they can write checks against, and they do. And this person has a $900 checking account, $900 checking account. And then this person right over here, then when they deposit their money, they're going to think they have an $810 checking account. They have that. And then that process is going to go.
This is objectively false. No taxpayer funds were used. The FDIC seized SVP and basically gave any value the shareholders had to depositors, which I'm personally fine with. That is objectively not false. The depositors were in on the scam too, and valued shareholders is made up because the value of the bank was zero because it was insolvent. What is the value of an insolvent bank? Zero. Let's go and see what it says. On the morning of March 10th, the California Department of Financial Protection and Innovation seized Silicon Valley Bank and placed it under the receivership of the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. An additional $100 billion were expected to be withdrawn during Friday. About 89% of the bank's $172 billion in deposit liabilities exceeded the maximum insured by the FDIC. 2 days after the failure, the FDIC received exceptional authority from the Treasury and announced jointly with other agencies that all depositors would have full access to their funds the next morning. The FDIC reopened on Monday, March 13th with a newly organized bridge bank, but rather making uninsured depositors whole from the proceeds of selling the bank's assets without the use of taxpayer money. Except this doesn't make sense. The assets were not worth a sufficient amount to cover the withdrawals. Amish Purnanadam, a corporate economist at the University of Michigan who studied bank bailouts, put it this way: if it looks like a duck, then it's probably a duck. This is absolutely a bailout, plain and simple. Said when a single bank's depositors are fully supported by insurance and bank fees, the cost will eventually be shouldered by customers across the whole U.S. banking system. In the long run, that's a subsidy because we are paying for more than what we had insured. Any deposit support that does not come from the insurance fund or asset auctions will rely on a special assessment on banks. So basically, everybody who has a bank account got taxed. You are wrong. This is 100% a bailout and a creation of money withdrawal. Like, what are you fucking talking about? After Silicon Valley Bank inappropriately funneled its loan recipients to deposit their proceeds into the bank so they could redo it. So they massively expanded their balance sheet. They should not have been insured. They should have lost their money. It's rich people that do. Like, if I did this, if I went and lost $1 million, if I was in some community bank and I had $1 million in my savings account and that bank went belly up, I'd lose $750,000. It's only because these are connected billionaires that they were able to create a special fucking rule just for them that would tax the entire banking system. The idea that this is not a bailout, you don't understand what bailouts mean. And how did all those deposits get created? Those deposits got created by Silicon Valley Bank making loans.
States is the biggest debtor country in the world by countries. The second biggest creditor of the United States is the biggest debtor is the People's Republic of China. Do you understand? The United States owes China $850 billion, roughly. It has to pay interest, of course, on that debt, like it has to pay on others, which means I'm here to tell you that a portion of the taxes every one of you in this room pays when you buy a bottle of beer or you smoke a cigarette or you pay your taxes, a portion of that money, you should be very pleased, is collected by the United States government, not used for houses or medical care or student loans, but shipped to China as interest on the debt to enable them to build their military capacity to fight the United States. Hello, I didn't make this up. On the other hand, think of it this way. These kinds of loans from Japan, China, enable the United States government to spend all the money Dr. Leon told us about in Ukraine without having to tax us. Because you know what would bring the war in Ukraine to an end in about 10, maybe 11 seconds? If Americans had to pay for it. But we don't. The Chinese and the Russians, and China, by the way, supports Russia against Ukraine, but lends government money to the United States, which pays for the Ukrainians. Whoa. You think you ought to pay respect to a system working like this? Think. We are in a completely different world than we once were. The empire is declining. We are not strong. We are weak. We don't produce the bulk of the world's output. We don't control the bulk of the world's trade. The US dollar, which in 1950s, 60s, 70s was the global currency dominating all others, isn't anymore. Central banks around the country, which used to hold dollars as backing for their own currencies in their own countries because the dollar was as good as gold. It isn't anymore. So the dollar, from being 70, 80% of the reserves held by central banks, is now about 40%. Still important. We're still in a big industrial power, but nothing like we were. Now, Mr. Trump understood that in this changing world, Americans were being squeezed. And he was right about that. And you should understand that we're still in that situation, and Mr. Trump is president because of it. Here's how it works. Every empire, as it goes down, has the following procedure of handling it. The people at the top, the rich and the powerful, respond to the decline by saying, oh, this is terrible, but not for me. The top always offloads the difficulties and burdens of a decline onto those people less powerful and less rich than themselves. The emperor in Rome didn't suffer the way the average people did. The emperor in Persia or the emperor in Greece, it doesn't matter. All the empires show the same phenomena. Those at the top hold on, work harder than they used to hold on because they know damn well it's going down. And who can't do that are the people who don't have much power and the people who don't have much wealth. And so the working class has to be, one way or another, squeezed as you go down. And we, you, me, we're all being squeezed. And in our naivete, we turn to the Republican and Democratic Party. Protect us. They can't. Oh, they'll tell you whatever you want to hear. You know that. We live in that. But they can't do anything. Because the only real thing to do would be to say honestly to the people, oh, our empire's going down, it's going to be a hard thing, and maybe we all ought to get together to try to get through this difficulty together. Oh, that would be an interesting idea. Would have a name like, I don't know, socialism. That would be rational. We don't live
like if America had taken the advantage of being the global reserve currency, of being the global hegemon, and instead of spending trillions of dollars on worthless wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, instead of being officious around the world, we had just taken that position and invested in building our own country up and having the highest possible imaginable standard of living with the best quality public services, the best education, the best health care, we would be 50 years ahead of the rest of the world. But instead, we've taken that and we have squandered it. We have all the debt, but we have none of the assets. It's the equivalent of a guy who, instead of investing in, like, I don't know, in his business or in his child's education, goes and spends his entire paycheck on ammunition for his AR-15 and then shoots it all off in a drunken fucking rage. Doesn't even hit a target. Kind of dummy on economics, but if the central bank bails out any financial institution, no questions asked ad infinitum, can the economy avoid a major crash? It would just result in massive inflation. So you would be devaluing, and you would cause asset price inflation. You'd be devaluing savings, which would cause other issues with the confidence in the currency, which would, cause people want to sell that currency to retain a store of value, and that would cause the value of the currency to crash even further, spiraling inflation even further. What's the best way to protect against inflation in a speculative market? Regulate the speculation.
Rational.
And raise taxes.
How do you squeeze the mass of people? A lot of ways. It's a little bit like that famous poem, how do I lovely, let me count the ways. How am I going to screw the working class? Let me count the ways. So for 40 or 50 years, we make sure that unions can't function. They can't do what they were invented to do, help the workers get a better deal. Not going to get that. We're going to demonize unions. We're going to make every union look like it's, that movie On the Waterfront, a bunch of crooks that are grabbing your dues every week, et cetera, et cetera. You've been living your life in that kind of an environment. It's changed the last few years as working people begin to get it. And they are. That's part of what this meeting is a sign of. Beginning. The Starbucks workers are beginning, and the Amazon workers are beginning. The labor movement is kind of coming back to life, but it's coming late in the process of squeezing the working class. Here's another way you squeeze the working class. You have this thing which you say is some kind of mystery. It's called an inflation. So what? An inflation sounds like something you do to a balloon. What is an inflation? In economics, it just means prices are going up. But now let's be a little bit more careful. If you know anything about the inflation of the last few years, here's a little statistic. The inflation has gone up faster than average wages and salaries of people. Okay, now I'm going to do this very difficult arithmetic. If the money you have to spend, your wages and salaries, are not going up as fast as the prices, there are going to be things you can't afford anymore. You know, really special, expensive things. Like eggs. Right? But will someone honestly tell you that the inflation is a way of squeezing the work? Not, you look long and hard, you won't get it. The inflation in eggs is due to bird flu. Huh? What? What? Look, I'm talking to people, I'm not going to be mean, but half of you believe that. And the other half of you think it might be true. Here's what an inflation is. It's a decision made by some people to jack up the price you have to pay for the things they can control the prices of.
This is basic facts. So like when a bunch of birds die, that doesn't mean that the price to produce an egg has increased. All that means is that supply has been constrained. And so in our economy, the capitalists would say, well, that it's good to raise the prices because that signals that you need to invest a lot of money into egg production. Except that's not what happens, because the egg producer is rational and he understands that the constraint in supply is a shock and it is short term. So he doesn't invest in massively increasing egg production as if the $10 an egg value will be retained. He realizes that within once the short-term supply shock has ended, eggs will return back to a lower price. So he just enjoys higher prices and gets windfall profits. It's a distortion. If anything, it encourages malinvestment. I didn't even know I was still subbed to Mike, but you know what? I'm going to keep it. Thank you, Hack the Rich.
Who sets prices in a capitalist economy? Answer: the employer. Those of you who have had jobs all your life as workers, do you ever recall being called into an office to add your opinion as to what the price should be of what you helped to produce? Never happened. The United States Census tells us 3% of Americans are employers. Welcome to the other 97%. That's you and me. The employers set the prices. We pay them. When they jack up the price, that's because they want to give us fewer of whatever it is they make for the money we have to give them. It's a way of screwing the working class. And that's how it's been used in the last few years. And all these economics professors, including many of mine, and people I know, sit around debating, how are we going to control the inflation? What is it? And how does it happen? I sit there, I'm one of their students, and I want to run up there and hit them over the head with a ping pong paddle. What are you doing? What is this noise coming out of your mouth? And then their decision, really, at this point, I hope I'm getting to you, you're getting upset.
Apparently, Donald Trump just got off the phone.
Decision is we're going to deal with it by raising interest rate. Who gets screwed when you...
Oh, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. Donald Trump just got off the phone with the Prime Minister of Greenland, and apparently they think he's going to invade. Many European officials had hoped for his comments about seeking control of Greenland for national security reasons were a negotiating ploy to gain more influence over the NATO territory. Russia and China are both also jostling for position in the Arctic. But the call with Fredrickson has crushed such hopes, deepening the foreign policy crisis between the NATO allies. The intent was very clear. They want it. The Danes are now in crisis mode, said one person briefed on the call. Another said, the Danes are utterly freaked out by this. Europeans, one of my favorite things about Europeans is how delusional they are about how cucked they are. Like, Europeans think that their countries are like little, like, we are a proud country and we have our own opinions and Americans, ha 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 ha. They have like this like superiority over Americans when it's like, every single country in Europe is a fake country. The only exceptions to that is like Switzerland and maybe Austria. The rest of you are all fucking cucks. I can't believe Finland and Sweden entered NATO. You pathetic fucking losers, man. So if Trump says, you know what?
I really like Northern Ireland. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna give it to Ireland because I want to. And there's absolutely nothing the Brits can do about it.
They would have to.
I just don't like it's MapGore. Have you guys heard of this thing? It's called MapGore. It's when you have part of a piece of land, it's the wrong color. I hate that. It's MapGore. We're gonna give Northern Ireland back to Ireland.
You could do that.
Honestly, if we're being honest, Canada is kind of MapGore too. We've got to paint it. We've got to paint it red, white, and blue. What do you say, folks? I've been playing a lot of this game called Victoria 3. It's when I was able to make America great again. We had 100 states. If you think about it, 100 states sounds a hell of a lot better than 50.
We're so lucky nobody gave Trump Victoria 3. Like, we're so lucky that Trump doesn't know about Paradox Games. Like, we are legitimately lucky.
I was playing Victoria 3, and did you know communism is overpowered? You can really raise the power of your country and your economy through worker co-ops because you get a more equitable distribution of wealth, which means the quality of life of your workers is higher, which attracts more immigration, which means you have more pops. It's amazing. It's really overpowered. And then your economy is so big, you can just bully everybody. You can take all their shit. Socialism will win.
Wait, what game? Victoria 3.
You raise an interest rate. In case you're not rich yourself, I'm going to tell you, it's not rich people. They don't give a
When
flying.
Victoria 3 first came out, I haven't played it since this period, so I don't know. Victoria 3 players think communism is too OP. Apparently giving workers more disposable income is a winning strategy, and Paradox's economic simulation game. Victoria's see, the reason why communism was overpowered in early Victoria 3 is the capitalist class didn't act like they would in reality, which means like you could go communist and other countries wouldn't be like, oh my God, communism. They were just like, oh, cool, you're communist. Do you want to keep trading? And so communist states were able to like vastly increase their standard of living and their productivity because workers were just more compensated, because capitalists are useless, by the way. And so you would outdevelop, you would outproduce, you would be, really attractive for immigration. The more left wing you are, if you became multicultural and there was no discrimination, then immigrants would come to your country and they would just be instantaneously valuable workers, and they were happy because they were accepted in society. So global communism was like, oh, mega OP. So I think they have started to change it because they've like realized that, where if you go communist, like all non-communist countries like hate you and want to like declare war on you and shit. So it's like way more risky, which is much more realistic.
Whether the interest rate is...
It's been a couple years. You've missed a lot of updates. Oh, what's new now? It's nerfed now because you have to manually build all the factories, so it's 10 times more annoying. It's pretty easy to get cooed if you go commie now. Oh, no.
6%. Well, they're rich. That's what it means to be rich. You don't care. But you have to care, because it's going to mean that little bit of money at the end of the month that you have to pay on your credit card is going to be bigger than it was before. And everything works like that. The rich don't care. You know what that's like? It's like, stick it to you now for a moment, congestion pricing. Oh, good. We have a problem in New York with traffic. This should come as hot news. It's only been true for a century. And we're going to finally do something. Oh, really? Yeah, what? We're going to tax everybody the same. What? The same. A rich person who will not give a damn, and the poor person for whom this adds up as an extra buck or two every time you do something, if you have to come in and out of Manhattan, et cetera, et cetera. Only an American politician who's just seen what inflation has done to people would come up with that solution. And by the way, raising interest rates, because I can see it perked some of your interest, is that the only way to deal with an inflation? Of course not. Why did you ever think it? Answer, because that's what you were fed all the time in all the media. The last time the United States had an inflation as bad as the one a couple of years ago, right, was back in the late 70s and 80s. We had funded the war in Vietnam by printing a lot of money, because otherwise the people would have revolted against it. If you'd said to everybody, we're having a war in Vietnam, it's going to cost every family a couple of $1,000 a year. Whip, end of war. So we borrowed. We printed money and we borrowed. And then we had the terrible inflation. And then a conservative Republican president, Richard Nixon, went on the television August 15th, 1971, and said, I'm going to do something about this terrible inflation. Oh, good. There was tremendous suffering in the country and a lot of pressure. And put that together with the problems with the war, he had to do something. So he declared a wage price freeze that day, 15th of August. As of tomorrow morning, he said, this conservative Republican president who became president by becoming the champion of anti-communism. As of tomorrow morning, he said, any business that raises its prices, we will come for you, we will arrest you, and you go to jail. Guess what? The next morning, inflation vanished. Amazing. Are you surprised? Shouldn't be. Is this a story about how you control an inflation? Yeah. Did it work? Yeah. Did it happen in the United States? Yeah. Do you know about it? No. No. And the people at the Federal Reserve who decide interest rates, they made sure not to ask about it, not to talk about it, not to debate it. Let me give you another example, because I think that perked some of your interest. In the early 1940s, the United States decided to enter and fight World War II. And the economists, who, by the way, included a significant number of Marxists and socialists, because in the 1940s, they would be hired by President Roosevelt at the time because they were considered the most reliable anti-Nazis, anti-fascists. So people like Galbraith, whose name you may know, Paul Sweezy, Harry Magdoff, very important people on the left of American economics, were working in Washington. And they went to Roosevelt and they said, okay, you got a problem. You're about to fight a war. You're going to move all these resources, factories, railroads, to work on a war, to supply the army, supply the navy, and fight a war. And those resources are therefore not going to be available to produce food, clothing, shelter, consumer goods. So we're going to have a shortage of consumer goods since we're using these resources, a large number of them, to fight a war. And here's the problem with that, President. If there's a shortage of goods for the mass of people who presumably will still want to buy underpants and shoes and coasters and all the other things of life, with a shortage, we got a problem. And the president said, well, what's our problem? He said, the market system. The president was confused. I said, I thought we were supposed to be for that. Yeah, but we can't afford it in a war. Why not? They had to explain to him, just like I'm doing now with you. If there's a sudden shortage, then there won't be enough toasters or ice cream cones or fill in the blank. And you know what happens in a market economy when there's scarcity of goods? The people with the money offer more. You'll come with your $1 to the ice cream vendor in the park, and you got your 2 little kids with you, and you want to buy them an ice cream cone, and you hand him $2 for the 2 cones, and he looks at you and says, I only got 4 cones left. And before you can respond, the person next to you, who you can tell by his outfit is much better heeled than you are, says, I'll offer you $5 for each cone. Guess who gets the cones? If you have a shortage, a market system is a system that allocates whatever is scarce to the people with the most money.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is something that people really underestimate, is like shortages are oftentimes not situations where demand has increased. Shortages come from a position when supply is disrupted by some outside shock. And what ends up happening is just what amounts to price gouging.
Those of you who think of yourself as moral or ethical ought to think about why you support a market system that does what I just said. Really? That's what you want? You want to live in an economy that distributes whatever is scarce to people with the most money? You know what that means? It means that the little bit of milk will be purchased at a high price by the nice rich couple who gives it to their cat. But it will not be affordable to the poor couple who needs it for their children. That's how the market works, Jack. You're supposed to love the market. You're supposed to believe it's efficient. It never was. That kind of argument is what we in academia call bullshit. But it works. Mr. Trump has become president because he knew that the mass of the American people were being squeezed and that the conventional Republicans and Democrats weren't doing squat about it. And he said, I'm different. Watch me. I'm going to call all Mexicans rapists. I'm going to be outrageous. I'm going to say the things that were quoted earlier. I'm going to be a misogynist, not quietly and under the table, the way it's usually done, but big and loud and open, all about it. Watch me. I'll say all those racist and other things that other politicians believe, but no, have learned, don't say that, or at least don't say it in public. And he convinced Americans, a lot of them, not all, but a lot of them, he's different. And when you got two parties that aren't doing anything for you, and you're feeling very squeezed, you give your vote to somebody different. After all, why not? The Democrats had the equivalent. You all know his name. Bernie. He was the different on the other end. The politician who, for the first time in half a century, didn't run away from the name socialist. Had he run, he would have picked up that same different. Maybe let's go with him. But the Democrats shut down their only chance. And look at them. They suffered the results. Mr. Trump, there's no reason for any of us to imagine he's going to change. He's going to be Mr. Different. That's what he does. And you can already see it. You can see it in what he did to Mr. Netanyahu. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Mr. Netanyahu. Your life is probably over, your career, almost certainly. For those of you who don't understand it, it's again American craziness. The Israelis made a decision to hitch their wagon with the United States. They made that decision many years ago. Fateful decision. Good in the short run, a disaster in the long run.
And that's pretty much America in politics in a nutshell, right? Which is good in the short term, disastrous in the long run. Is there any policy that America pursues that if you were to look at the long-term health of a country, you would do? I mean, our taxes aren't even particularly low. They're pretty much like average tax rate for a rich country. It's not even a low tax rate. So we have mid to high taxes. We have piss poor social services. We underinvested education. We underinvested infrastructure. The money that we do invest is grifted because it goes to like connected, corrupt individuals. Like our quality of our housing stock is declining because we produce less housing now than we do every year than we did in the 70s, even though our population is up like 70%. Like this country is shit. It's actually dysfunctional in every way. In what way is this country functional? Can you tell me one area where you're like, America, they are good at this? Just one area. Military, we lose wars constantly. We're the war losers. Our military production is shit. China could produce 220 times more ships than we can. We can't even make ships. Our jalapeno poppers have fucking poisonous, cancerous chemicals in them. We're not even good at that. They just banned a chemical that VO bought in December. This is how insane our country is. They finally banned a chemical that VO bought in December, and I was like, no, you should. Oh no, you bought the poison chemical. And she's like, what? And I'm like, yeah, you got us poison. And then they banned it. And it's like, but it's in all your candy that you grew up eating. It was in there the whole time. If you like nerds, do you like nerds? You were eating that shit. Red dye number 3. FDA finally bans cancer-causing food dye. This was like 9 days ago. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration is finally banning the food dye Red 3 from use in foods, beverages, oral drugs, dietary supplements, addressing a decades-long regulatory failure. Red 3 has been banned from the use in topical drugs and cosmetics since 1990, but the FDA itself determined that the dye causes cancer when eaten by animals. Because the FDA failed to uphold its legal obligation to fully ban cancer-causing additives, Red 3 remained permitted in foods, supplements, and oral drugs more than 34 years later. That changed on January 16th, 2025, thanks to a color additive petition filed by CSPI in 2022. This is what you need to know about the harmful additive, including where you might find it, and why the FDA's long-delayed ban is a win for public health. They just banned this shit. Animal studies completed in the 1980s revealed that Red 3 causes thyroid cancer in rats. When studies reveal that an additive causes cancer in animals or humans, the Delaney Clause, a provision of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, obligates the FDA to deem it unsafe and prohibited from use in food, drugs, and as cosmetics. The FDA relied on the delayed cause to ban Red 3 from topical products in the US in 1990 and did so again in banning the dye from food products. It only took 36 fucking years, but hey, we got it. Companies still are using it. All right, I'll be right back, chat.
And that disaster has now come full circle. They're identified in the whole world as a complicit partner in what was done in Gaza. The Israelis went into Gaza to defeat and destroy Hamas. Didn't work. To defeat or eject the Palestinian people. Didn't work. And all that happened 2 days ago was a decision by the United States upon which it depends to cut its relationship with a losing proposition. It's ugly all around. It will not save the United States from being identified as complicit with all that happened there. And the books and articles and documentaries about it will be with us for the next generation. And Hamas, it will inherit the rage and the fury of 2.5 million residents of Gaza who have watched their mother, their father, their children. The young people that are coming are going to be a much greater danger to Israel than the old Hamas ever was. This is a disaster. And most of the world sees it. That's why the votes in the UN are lopsided, 150 countries on the side of the Palestinians, 25 abstentions of the United States, Israel, and the Canary Islands. I mean, it is silly. It's a silly spectacle. But that's another sign of a country going down. Last example, Ukraine. The problems in Ukraine begin with the dissolution of the Soviet Union back in 1989, 1990. Ukraine, a major part of what used to be the Soviet Union, particularly important in grain growing, very, very rich soil, so forth. A lot of finagling of the countries of the West, NATO moving eastward, threatening Russia, and all that. I won't bore you with the rehistory. And then to stop what was happening after NATO took over in Poland and Czechoslovakia and all the rest, Mr. Putin and the Russians said, no, not Ukraine, not the eastern part of Ukraine, which is majority Russian and Russian-speaking, Russian language, Russian culture, and so on. And the United States says, oh, good, you invaded. That's a bad thing. We can mobilize the whole world around the bad thing of a big country invading a little country. That sounds good. That was already a mistake, because what was Afghanistan? A big country invading a little poor country. What was Vietnam? A big country invading a... The position of the United States as going to war around the principle of a big country shouldn't invade a little country sounds a little hollow coming from the United States, except, of course, here, where the denial is the governing spirit of the country. Just like we're going to be denying on Monday the Martin Luther King Association while we talk endlessly about the Donald Trump Association. So the war. And the United States decides to go in and round up the usual Europeans to go with you. Okay, how do you fight the war? And this goes to something said before, and I want to conclude with. The United States is caught in the decline, discovering that the decline trumps everything else. And I don't mean to be clever by using the word trumps. The nuclear weapons of the United States are useless. The enormity of them, useless. Why? Because if you dared use them in Ukraine, the other side has them too, and will use them. And they've made that quite clear. So you can't, because it's self-destructive. So that's out. Well, what do you have? Conventional warfare. But then you got another problem. The Russians are better equipped for that than you are. The Russians also have a history, in case you're not familiar with it. Napoleon thought he could defeat Russia. He couldn't. Hitler thought he could defeat Russia. He couldn't. Invading Russia has turned out to be, or fighting Russia, a really bad idea. But the United States, used to fighting such powerhouses as the poorest countries on earth, Vietnam, Afghanistan, didn't make the adjustment, so it can't fight. It realized that within months.
Do you think Trump is going to give the Saudis nukes? I think that Trump would not give the Saudis nukes, and Biden would be more likely to do that. However, I think it's possible because he's so corrupt they could bribe him. But I think giving Saudi Arabia nukes is the most, as far as like foreign policy decision, it is the most evil possible idea that you could come up with. If you were like, what is something that you could do that is plausible within our system, that is the worst possible decision. I think giving nuclear technology to Saudi Arabia is number one. Like I think it's actually even worse than what Biden did with supporting the genocide in Gaza, because Saudi Arabia is basically a rogue terrorist state, and the moment they start producing nuclear devices is the moment that nuclear devices will start being used in terrorism. I could imagine a nuclear bomb going off in any number of capitals or large cities if that happens within 10 years. I think genocide, global thermonuclear war would be significantly more plausible if Saudi Arabia was giving like, this is how I'm not saying the genocide in Gaza isn't a world historic crime. I'm saying giving nukes to Saudi Arabia is on the level of a genocide. It's that stupid. I'm not trying to downplay Gaza. I'm trying to get you to understand just how bad giving nukes to Saudi Arabia would be as an idea. It's like handing a loaded gun to a 3-year-old with a hair trigger and the hammer cocked. And then this would also force Iran to accelerate their program as well, thereby, you know, incentivizing Iran to get nukes. And then Turkey would be like, well, we need to get nukes. Giving Saudi Arabia nukes would accelerate a global arms race. There would be a bunch of unstable states containing more nuclear weapons. Proliferation. It's so batshit crazy that I don't even know what to say.
So it came up with the great plan, the genius of
Israel and Turkey already has nukes. Turkey doesn't have nukes. They have American nukes within their border, but they don't have nukes.
Mr. Blinken or Jake Sullivan.
If you follow the Hassanabi doctrine, everyone should have nukes. No. Nobody should have nukes.
Or other people who I hope whose names mean nothing to you, because they sure mean nothing historically. Here's what their great strategy was. A war of sanctions. Oh, we will get the Russians. We will, I'm now quoting President Biden, reduce the ruble to rubble. Somebody with poetic genius gave him that one. The ruble will become rubble and Russia will fall to its knees. Wonderful images right up there with Mickey and other mouses in the American consciousness. And they did. They stopped. The Europeans, if you know the story, stopped buying oil and gas from Russia, which is a major export of the Russian economy. And that would cripple Russia. It was the idea. Problem. Russia is part of the BRICS. And the Russians went to the Chinese and the Indians and said,
the Indians are not reliable partners. That's the thing with BRICS, is it's like the Indians are not reliable partners, right? They have like imperialist ambition with third world development. Like, that's what's really crazy about India. India is like probably one of the worst governed countries in the world and has some of the most virulent nationalists in the world. It's like crazy. Like, nationalism where you're delusional is like the most like off-putting nationalism. Like, the Chinese nationalism has risen commensurate with their ascension in the world. It is a problem without a doubt. But it's not a expansive, revanchist, toxic nationalism. Like, the Indian forms of nationalism are just genocidally extreme. Like, it's bad. It's really bad. I don't know about that. To my point, despite local protests, India is building a giant hydro dam on the Singang River to counter a Chinese dam, the world's largest upstream in Tibet. Millions of people could be hurt. New Delhi and Beijing's geostrategic contest for water towards a Himalayan water war. Al Jazeera, please.
Don't buy our oil and gas. We need to sell the oil and gas. How about you buy our oil and gas? Done, said Mr. Modi. Done, said Xi Jinping. And thereby the American strategy went, along with everything else, into the toilet. Didn't work. Total fail. Russian rubles, fine. Russian economy, in case you don't know, has grown faster over the last 2 years than the American economy has, which should surprise no one. Because remember how we as a nation got out of difficult economic times known as the Great Depression? We went to war in World War II. We took half our unemployed people and put them in uniform, and we took the other half of the unemployed and gave them jobs, making them uniform. And that's how we solved, that's how we did it. Turns out war can help solve economic problems. We should have known, because that's what we did. But we couldn't imagine it. These failures of imagination, these are the signs of economic, powerful decline. So if you really want to understand where we are, it doesn't depend on anything Mr. Trump does. That's the important thing to understand. Don't get caught up in that. Mr. Biden's influence on the economic conditions of our society are marginal. Mr. Trump's in his first presidency were marginal. Most of the things he boasted about, he couldn't do. He built a wall, along the Mexican border. More Mexicans came, not fewer. That was 100% bust, right? Now he's proposing, as you probably know, and I've heard as I was coming over here today, that ICE is going to be raiding cities across America and throwing people into Mexico. Yeah, he may do some of that. Maybe he'll do a lot of it. Who knows? He doesn't know. He talks however he feels, moment to moment, like certain jerks we all know, right? So what difference does it make? If he actually does it,
apparently CBS is making a show called FBI CIA. Is there such a thing as negative ratings? Like, you know what I mean? Like, when this show comes on, it results in like less people watching. Like you know what I mean? Like, this show is so far below replacement rate show where like it's like, ugh! I mean, I guess boomers would like it, right?
The role of symbolism without going through constant moments of self-examination. And I must.
He actually takes the 10 to 15 undocumented immigrants in the United States and puts them into Mexico. We're going to have meetings like this, only it's going to be about Mexico. Mexico lives off the remittances, the money earned by Mexican people here that they're sending back to their mother, their father, their children, back home. And that flow of money is an absolute blessing to Mexico. It doesn't have to sell anything. It doesn't have to export anything. It just gets the money shipped by its expatriates here. Imagine that suddenly gets stopped because they're not here anymore. They lost their job and they were deported back to Mexico. But it gets worse. They're arriving in Mexico at a time when Mr. Trump is threatening them or hitting them with tariffs, which is killing the market Mexico had in the United States, its biggest buyer of its output, including many automobiles made by Ford and General Motors in Mexico for export here. Those goods are not going to be able to come in here without a tariff, which means we're not going to be buying them, which means the Mexicans are going to be laying people off. When the money from remittances isn't coming and the millions are coming looking for the work that will not be there. You know what that's going to make out of Mexico? A disaster that's going to remind everyone else of the sad country of Haiti. A disaster of gangs and American tourism there. Bye-bye. That's the kind of chaos that's coming out of the denial. The war in Ukraine is lost because the Russians can fight forever. And for those of you who pay attention, you may have noticed, you should have, that the Russian army is many, many miles into Ukraine. It's very clear who's winning and very clear who's losing, except here. So my parting final words.
The Ukrainians, they don't want to push the Russians out. You know, they don't mind. They don't mind giving up Donetsk, Luhansk. They don't mind giving up, the Sea of Azov. They don't mind giving up Crimea. What are you talking about? They don't want it. They're, it's fine.
About to happen is not about Mr. Trump or what he does or doesn't do.
How do I explain to a Ukrainian, not particularly right-wing, that negotiation with Russia, maybe even losing some territory, might be a better decision than the endless grind of life by being a proxy of the U.S.? Is that Ukrainian in Ukraine? Describe the Ukrainian you're talking to. Are they a American or European national who identifies as ethnically Ukrainian but is not fighting in Ukraine? Because like if you're if you're an American saying we should fight forever and I'm Ukrainian, well, I mean, they are trying to recruit soldiers. Like, you can return and fight. If you're not, like if they are in Ukraine and they're fighting, then I have absolutely no quarrel with that person. That is totally legitimate. If they're a Westerner trying to like say we should fight, other people should die for what I believe in, well then that's chauvinism. Recent refugee from this war, Portugal, husband and son are soldiers, not sure. Okay, so they're the spouse of soldiers. I don't think you can change those people's. I mean, they've paid the ultimate price, right? Like, they're putting their money where their mouth is. There's really nothing to debate. Like, if they believe that they should fight, then that's a reasonable position for them to have. That being said, you know, I've seen polling that the majority of Ukrainians want to have a negotiated settlement. Like, you know, I'm not going to tell somebody who's fighting for their country that they're wrong. Like, the reality is that Ukraine has been invaded by Russia. You know, that's my opinion. Thankfully, Scheinbaum recently said the government will have more influence on the economy by just doing basic regulation. She wants more government planning. Yeah, I know. She's great.
His capacity for saying one thing and doing another is already legendary. You don't need me to remind you of it. But whatever he in fact does is marginal. Most of what is going to happen to you and me is going to depend on two things. One, what the rest of the world does as it watches and navigates the decline of the American empire. So it's actually more important what Xi Jinping and Mr. Modi and Lula in Brazil and so forth and so on. And that remarkable woman who's now the head of Mexico, who has her work cut out for her. She has a very famous Hispanic name. Scheinbaum is her name. But she's the one to watch, because what she does faced with what I've just described to you, that's going to be powerful, whatever it is. So it's the outside that's going to affect us more than our own political leaders, because we don't have the power and they don't anymore. Plus, we are so lost in denial that we don't know what we're doing. That's why we miscalculated Ukraine. That's why they're out of touch, not just with the American people, but with the world reality. Watch them. This morning, I read a story in a major American financial newspaper about the International Monetary Fund saying that the United States would grow 2.7% in the year 2024 and thereby lead the world economy. I couldn't believe it. It's so gross. By the way, the number's correct. 2.7% is what the IMF has now said, but that's not leading the world economy. That's lousy. Chinese growth this year will be 5%, and the Indian growth will be 7%. The United States isn't leading anything except here in its own weird mentality. And what's the other thing?
Well, it's leading the world in nominal military spending, so I guess that, and you know, it's the fastest decline for life expectancy of any developed country, or fastest decline of reproductive rate by native-born citizens. Like America is collapsing in every way that you can measure. Ukrainians, quite frankly, Ukrainian is basically a dialect of Russian. It's a mutually intelligible dialect. It's more of a political statement to call it Ukrainian as like a separate language. You know, it's kind of like the difference between Austrian German and German in, you know, fucking northern Berlin. And ironically, like the you know, High German, as we call it, really does come from like Bavarian Austrian and is more imposed upon the northern Germans, funnily enough. High German really doesn't mean like, it means high as in mountainous, German from the mountains. You know, like the Ukrainian identity is one that is kind of and all national identities. I want you to understand, I'm not calling Ukrainian any less legitimate than French, but these are constructed identities and they're political identities. And there's a lot of connections between them. It's sort of like, I'll give you an analogy that makes sense. A French speaking Swiss. Are they Swiss or are they French? Or an Italian-speaking Swiss. Are they Italian or are they Swiss? These are identities that shift. Lines on the map that have shifted and are currently the place they are. But does that mean it's like indelible in some sort of like cosmic way? No, it's inherently contingent. It's inherently conditional. It's inherently social and related to world systems. And you know, I don't think people should like write these lines on a map in blood and then pretend like they are connected back into some sort of primordial ooze. I'm picking this question of another chatter, but why do we say for Ukraine to negotiate and integrate and maybe lose territory to Russia, but we support the right of Palestinians? Palestinians have lost 88% of their land. I'm sorry, they've already lost 78% of their land. The Palestinians have already given up 78% of their land, and they are treated as second-class citizens or non-citizens in that territory. They don't have any self-determination. The Palestinians would beg and plead to be in the same condition that Ukrainians are in. It's ridiculous to compare the two. The Palestinians are far, far, far more oppressed and worse off and less supported. And as far as I know, people of Ukrainian nationality in Russia are not treated as second-class citizens any more than any other person in Russia is treated. So I don't think the analogy really fits. Also, the situation with Ukraine is a lot different than the situation with Palestine. Like, they're not really very analogous at all, to be honest. Like, for example, the territory of Ukraine was a administrative region under the Soviet Union. And when the Soviet Union was unlawfully dissolved, the territory of the Ukrainian SSR was integrated into a new state. There wasn't a actual kind of attempt to negotiate a territorial split. It was just imposed on all the parties. So it's a different situation. And in Gaza, the Palestinians, which were part of they were already subdivided and subdivided and subdivided from the fall of the Ottoman Empire, right? So it's a totally different situation. Israel wants to ethically cleanse Palestinian. Russia wants to conquer and annex Ukraine. It's not at all similar when we take into account the citizens' process. I mean, I think they're pretty similar in the sense that they're both unlawful military aggression, but I do think the Israeli intent is genocidal, where I think the Russian intent is not necessarily genocidal. It is more revanchist, which is not to say that it's good. It's just to say that they're different types of crimes.
The second thing, beside the outside dominating the inside, it's you. And that has been said by both of my fellow speakers. We are the unknown. Will the American people allow themselves to be the ones who get screwed as this empire passes? It's the same question that the British working class had to face when the British Empire collapsed over the last century. We, whether women building up or formerly incarcerated people, will they get together? Will they make movements? Will they make demands? Will they make coalitions with one another to realize those demands? That's the wild card everywhere. By the way, there are think tanks all over America that are asking the same question. They're worried. Is the labor movement waking up in a way that could change all of this? People were being worked at unbelievable stress in Amazon warehouse for years.
Oh my God! I have such good timing with my AI coverage.
DeepSeek is a CCP state psyop and economic warfare to make American AI unprofitable. They are faking the cost was low to justify setting price low and hoping everyone switches to damage AI competitiveness in the U.S. Don't take the bait.
They're freaking out, dude. They're freaking out.
Or in Starbucks coffee shops for years. But in the last 2 or 3 years, enough is enough. No more. We're gonna. That remarkable group, Chris Smalls and the folks out there in Staten Island, that's a remarkable and has had effects everywhere else. The Boeing workers on the West Coast rejected 3 contracts before they accepted the one that they found, which was better than the ones that they had rejected. The labor movement, that's the question. That's why this meeting, and that's why this building, and that's why these efforts, and that's why the speakers are really very, very important. If this gives you a swell head, that's my point. It is more in your hands than you think of, because in addition to saving yourselves, if it's a time of decline, if the people who run this society are so busy denying it, refusing to face it, as I've tried to show you, then we are stronger.
Too late. I'm doing integrating in a big tech company, and we are now looking at DeepSeek over the U.S. models. Cope harder, Westoids. I mean, Honestly, if I were you, Mr. Mandela effect, I would write a memo about how much more cost effective it would be and do like cost estimates of comparing like using DeepSeek versus other like American AIs. And then I would like file that memo where you are like, you know, cost savings if my my recommendations are made will be blah, you know, million. And then if they use DeepSeek, you should ask for a bonus. Be like 10% of these cost savings should be a bonus because of my foresight. I deserve this. And then you should take 10% of your 10% and give that as a bonus to me. I think that's fair.
Than we might suspect, and they are weaker than they might feel confident.
Okay,
about.
deal.
And that's a
Let's go.
Good time for us to act. The conditions are pretty good, not terrible, as some of my fellow leftists are worrying about. Of course, we have problems and difficulty. I'm not pretending otherwise. But we also have an historical moment. I was having a conversation with one of you in the audience just before I made my speech, and she pointed out quite rightly that the old Cold War mentality, that everything to the left is evil, bad, won't work, is dead. That generation died and took it with him. Young people today don't have that mentality.
The U.S. finance capital will just force the Treasury to say AI is overproducing. China is overproducing AI. Chuck D's with the 50 bob. What the fuck? Let's go, Chucky boy. Let's go.
They're much more open to what it
Somebody
is.
posted my my clip. Oh, guys, check this out. I want to show you this. Somebody posted my clip of somebody giving $10,000 to Pixie's fundraiser and me celebrating it to live stream fail. And Destiny's community brigaded it and tried to be like, what's your proof that it was Mike's community? Look how many downvotes this got. 55% upvoted. 55% upvoted. The brigading. Is there anything actually showing it was a Mike from PA viewer, or was he literally just taking credit with no proof? Stolen Valor, Mike from PA way. I'm curious. I wonder if this guy posts anywhere. Destiny. He seems to be in a lot of Destiny. Don't piss away so much potential because you're a freak in the bedroom. You're too old for this shit. Destiny viewer caught. All right, let's go ahead and see this. Is Fat Penguin a Destiny viewer? He might not because he asked a new. Oh, never mind. Destiny viewer caught. Last post. Every single one of them. To my understand, there is nothing linking this to his community. I think he put the word out and it came through at the same time, so he was taking credit. So did they all form this like talking point in Destiny subreddits? Okay, so this guy might just be dumb. I had 7,000 viewers and I'm the only one who was talking about it. It was fucking me. Like, give me a fucking break, man. Let's see who's getting. I think you're confusing the title of this clip with what's happening clip. He's not taking credit. He's just pointing out someone donated. Now, the one that posted the clip is assuming it was a chatter. And that's speculation, as you point out, but we don't know for sure. Mike also assumed it was his chatter. Oh, my lord. From what I know, Mike's stream has always been largely sponsored by a few huge Oilers that drop thousands of gifted subs. I have like 4,000 individual subscribers. Like 4,000 individuals have paid for their own sub. There are people that do give me decent gift subs relatively frequently, but no single individual gives me thousands of subs in a month. That's just crazy talk. I think my top sub gifter, I've been streaming for 6 years, is like 5,000 subs gifted. This is just complete delusion. All I'm saying, if he had whalers like that, there would be no reason for him to be a Hassan waiting room. What the fuck are you talking about, man? What are these Destiny people? What is this? Every single person in here is a Destiny viewer. Why are these Destiny viewers all brigading my post? Why are Destiny viewers and Destiny supporters allowed to brigade posts? Could Livestream Fail explain to me why every single one of the commenters on this positive post is a Destiny viewer who is sweeping for the fucking sex crimes? Like, every single one of these posters is a Destiny viewer. Is it really possible to smear or bad faith when it comes to Mike from fucking PA of all people? He might be the worst lol cows on the internet. Let's see, chat. What do you think? What do you think? Let's see. I mean, it's possible this guy isn't a huge Destiny dick rider. 14 days ago, Destiny dick riding. Dick writing and live stream fails. Dick writing not so erudite. Every single one of these people is a fucking Destiny viewer. Can they get a ban on Destiny viewers from live stream fails for a while? Basically every clip of him to ever exists. The left-wing equivalent of Nick Fuentes. Look at these fucking weirdos. The Taliban. Every single one of the guys posting it. This is just, so this is what live stream fails is now. Live streams fails is the Destiny Brigade shit. It doesn't matter how many crimes this motherfucker's committed. This is what it is. Every single one is a Destiny Brigader. I mean, at a certain point, like, it's very obvious that this was a brigaded post. These people are not spontaneously showing up. So they just allow people to make, I was never married. I've never had a, like, what is this? I mean, is there not an LSF rule against brigading? Allegations and speculations? That's not, I mean, that's supposed to be against the rules. Like, what is this shit? Go back to the sex offender subreddit, buddy. What? Dude, you're literally, we could go into your comments, man. I hope Pixie wins her lawsuit, but I can't help but feel, oh man, this guy, he really hates, he doesn't want Destiny haters, guys. Guys, he doesn't want, looks like he was in 28 days ago at Destiny's thing talking about streamers that are hard stuck plat, which everybody knows. Destiny's hard stuck plat in League of Legends after like 20 years of playing, however long old that game is. Every single fucking one of these people are DGG or brigaders. Every single fucking one. It's hilarious watching this dude's complete metamorphosis from a relatively normal human being. He ran as a Republican. Like, they just speculate complete defamatory comments that are not true. It's like shocking. And this is how Destiny operates, by the way. Every single one of the points these people put into these comment sections, it's brigaded. They're all false, provably false. Harassment and defamation. They're clearly brigading the posts, and none of these people get banned. Like, at a certain point, what is the point of LSF? Every single person in here is literally a brigader to try to attack a person for covering the story of Destiny as a sex fucking criminal. Engagement manipulation, vote manipulation. I mean, like, come on, man. I guess we don't care about brigading anymore. Guys, in 2014, Mike considered himself a progressive instead of a socialist. No shit. Didn't that have to make a whole new LSF because one of the orbiters completely ruined the mod team? All I can say is this. I'm going to pledge whatever it takes to get justice for these victims. Whatever it takes. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for such a successful week. Hope you're doing well. Take it easy. I'm sending you right over to VO. And I just want to say thank you so much for all the support for this stream, for Pixie's fundraiser. And I'm going to need you because we're going to war, baby. And we're going to make sure justice is done, and we're never going to flag. We're never going to stop. And we are going to flood the zone. Wherever that sex criminal shows his face, everybody's going to know about it. All right, everybody, stay safe out there. Solidarity forever, my friends. That's how socialism wins. Thank you, El Fudge, for the tier 3. I'll see you. I'm sending you over to VO. Tell VO to end the stream. I mean, it's been 32 days of I think it's enough. Okay? I've had enough. It's driving me crazy. All right, everybody. Here's all my links. I'll see you tonight on the Discord. Have a good rest of your Friday. Peace out.